Okay, so welcome everyone officially to the Zoom room for this another live session in the Art of Letting Go program. So as usual, we'll just start off with our email for today. So there's a quote and some teaching around that, and then that'll lead us nicely into our lesson. I'll just share my screen with you. Okay. All right, so let me know when you can see that. And Kim, if you can read that headline quote for us, please.
You must trust and believe in people, or life becomes impossible.
Anton Chekhov said that. He was a Russian playwright and short story writer, which really it's a very pertinent quote. If you really look at it, you know what he's saying is so true. Because if you don't trust people, how can you function? Imagine a world without any trust. You couldn't trust another human being with anything. Just life wouldn't work. You know, society depends on cooperation. It just depends on a degree of trust between the people cooperating. So without any trust, there would be no ability to cooperate, and life would lose its collective dimension, which is shown in this integral model. So you've got the collective down here on the bottom of the is that the y-axis? Bottom of the y-axis, the diagram, which indicates that life's about relationships. It's about sharing on the interior level, sharing values and meaning, and this is where culture, we call this the culture, shared values, and then that gets expressed out as systems that we all, that govern us. We have agreed laws and procedures and so on. And Christine, have you raised your hand, or was this thing there? Was that from previously? Anyway, if you got a question, just
previously.
Yeah, from previously. Yeah. Okay. I'm just.
I'm just trying to link up in the dark, so
yeah.
having to use my phone, which is going flat, so I must try and charge it when I'm watching.
Yeah.
And no light.
Yes.
I'm there with you, Christine.
It's tough.
Load shedding, yeah.
Yeah. I was a bit surprised.
We take
it
for granted, yeah.
Yeah.
It just happens. So much to be grateful for. So if there were no trust, there would be no collective consciousness, and neither of the two lower quadrants shown in the diagram above would exist, which is kind of untenable. There'd be no relationship, would there? Without trust. All relationship requires some degree of trust. So no families, organizations, groups of any kind, no relationships are possible between people without a degree of trust. None of the systems that allow us to cooperate with one another in society, legal, government, business, and so on, give a framework for the cooperative endeavors of people would exist either. They are all a product of trust on some level. They might not work perfectly because trust isn't perfect, but what works in this world, when things do work, it's because there's trusting relationships. That's what makes things work. So if you look at other species, every species on this planet relies on a degree of cooperation with, and hence trust of, other seeming individuals of its own species in order to propagate the species. I just think of reproduction, that requires an act of trust. Raising children, raising young, requires a lot of trust and cooperation between the parents. And often other members of other species as well. So plants cooperate with each other to form natural ecosystems, which they can thrive together. So, the forest, for instance, is an ecosystem of cooperative plants. and they all communicate with each other. There's this network of connections in the root system, that these plants are, communicating underground with each other. And then you've got different antelopes, like zebra, wildebeest, impala, just as an example. But there's many examples of this kind of thing in nature. I saw another example recently of hippos. Hippos go into the water, and the barb will come and feed off the hippos, whatever they've eaten, and they clean their teeth, and the hippos open their mouths, and the barb will go in and they have a meal. That's an example of cooperation. Same thing with oxpecker birds, and they eat the ticks off the antelopes, and the antelopes are quite happy to let them do that, because they know that this is a good service. And so there's mutually beneficial relationships, symbiosis, I think it's called, symbiotic relationships. So human, and indeed all life on earth, would be impossible if it weren't for the willingness to trust other seemingly separate individuals. And it's a critical part of our happiness. So the grant study, which I've referred to before, over 80 years of research has gone into it, started in the early 1940s with a group of Harvard graduates, including John F. Kennedy, just as an interesting aside, and a number of senators and investment bankers and high-level people. And then they did one with some other poorer socioeconomic category as well, concurrently. And the single results that they found, 5-word conclusion they came to as the head of the study, lead psychiatrist on it for 40 years, said, is that happiness is love. Full stop. All right, that was the conclusion of $20 million of research, 75 years at that point, now over 80 years. Happiness is love. So if you look at love, without trust, there can be no love. Right? Trust is the foundation. If I don't trust you, there's no way I can love you. So trust is, base level foundation for our happiness. So it's critical not just to our survival, but also our well-being and happiness. We need to ask ourselves how we can develop trust, because it's the foundation. Trusting others starts with trusting ourselves, which means we first have to know who we really are. Because if we're confused about that, we can't even trust ourselves. How is it possible to trust others? And so it comes back again, to trusting yourself and knowing yourself. This is the ancient advice on the inscription on the Temple of Apollo at Delphi in ancient Greece, which echoed through the ages by every authentic spiritual teaching. It's been called the perennial philosophy. Comes immediately to mind. Know thyself. Simple inscription. Noti se aton in Greek. Know thyself. Simple inscription, and this was really what the oracle at Delphi was encouraging people to do, not to come to them for some kind of prophecy, but to go deeper into themselves and know who they really were. If you know who you are, then you can trust yourself, and if you know who you are, then you have a chance of trusting others, because you can know who they are, because they are the same self. That's the whole point. So trust only comes when you know yourself, and then you know that self is actually shared. It's not unique to you. There's no special self. There's only one self, the capital self. So can you see why identifying with this capital self leads to more trust in others? Because if you understand that they're really the same self as you, trust becomes the most natural emotion in the world, inseparable from the unconditional love that is its source. Now, you still find this understanding elusive, you struggle to apply it to your relationships, you'll find it extremely helpful to understand that the development of trust is a process involving stages of learning to trust your true self, which is the same self as everyone else's in truth. So listen to this 16-minute bonus talk on why the Danes have consistently been the happiest of any nation in the world, because it really speaks to this point of a foundation of trust. The whole society is based on trust and mutual respect, and on that foundation, then love comes. So watch that, listen to that when you got the chance. And here we are in our session discussing trust in the context of the integral model, and as an absolute foundation for for love. There's no way you can have unconditional love if you don't trust someone. So you have to then perceive them correctly, and you only trust them if you see them as the same self. You can't trust someone who's a different self, because they have different ideas, they have different intentions, they might do something you don't want. So the special self, the ego self, can never trust, because it separated itself off and said, I'm separate from you, and now I cannot trust you. And now, I've set myself up for constant pain and suffering and disappointment in my relationships because of this split, this specialness that I've introduced into them. And this is a primary task of in the course's teaching, is to overcome that lack of trust and really learn who we are while we're trusting our brothers. You see, because as I trust them, then I must learn to trust myself. That's how it works. I can't really trust them unless I know myself and I trust myself. Okay, so any questions on any of that? It's a nice kind of intro really to our lesson for today, which is all about trust.
I do have a question. Was this something I'm thinking about is like, maybe it's just coming back to ego. So I think, like, say in the example of the meeting that you had, Jono, and then this lady that you're supposed to meet
didn't show up.
She didn't show up because of something else, right?
Yeah, she had another meeting on, but I arranged it this morning with her. I said, okay, this time, yes, and then she obviously, decided the other meeting was more important. That was really what she was saying. Yeah.
But there's a trust there when you make arrangements, generally trust someone that they're going to show up.
The lessons
you have to let it go.
No,
it's just kind of like there's that trust. So there's somehow an expectation based on that trust, right? So it's kind of like, and that's where people then feel let down, and then they start not to trust because they don't want to. Yeah. So it's like. And is that ego balancing? Okay, I'm just going to carry on trusting. So, like, is it Holy Spirit saying, okay, no, we'll just, go with.
Holy Spirit says, let it go. Holy Spirit says, let it go and don't judge, because it's very easy to go, well, that's just unprofessional. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar transaction. We think we've got a genuine seller. If you're a genuine buyer, we're trying to facilitate this. We arranged the meeting. Don't take another meeting. Take our meeting and defer the other people. Say to them, but she's in Africa. I know how it goes. She was probably like, well, okay, these guys arrived. They arrived late. They want to meet me now. She's only there till tomorrow. Yeah. So
you said Africa. Well, I don't know where in Africa, but it's very difficult.
Don't judge is the answer.
Yeah.
Don't judge.
Well, it's sometimes difficult. I know in Lagos, you don't expect to have the meeting at the time that you say, and get stuck somewhere. You've got to really go with the flow.
It's not Switzerland. We know it works on different time. And I think she was not comfortable with it. She apologized, but it's like, okay, well, so the meeting didn't happen. Now we can rearrange for tomorrow, but this is where your mental emotional state is key, because if I get upset and angry with her, that introduces that energy into the equation, and that energy sabotages trust. And if there's no trust in these things, there's no way a deal's going to happen. The slightest mistrust, it's gone. It won't happen. So and that's why most of these things fail, because the trust breaks down. One party doesn't trust the other. They can't find a common ground. And they go, okay, well, it's just easier to say, fine, we'll just leave it. And then, deal doesn't happen. So it's really, it's all lessons. I see it as it's all just lessons in, learning these principles. I trust my brothers who are one with me. Well, okay, so perfect lesson. This is, yeah, that your life situation matches the teaching for the day, and then you can learn from that. So will you apply it or not? Will you let it go and continue to trust and go, okay, well, she did her best. I'm not going to judge and condemn. Oh, that's unprofessional. We're not going to deal with you. Okay, well, she's in Africa. Who knows? I wasn't there. You don't know what happens. Something came up. The guys were like, well, she's leaving tomorrow. She makes a call. Okay, well, this one will have to wait because I can see these guys now, and that's it. I've got this time. I can't see them tomorrow, whatever, And so you got to make, and it's very easy, to judge that and condemn it, or you just go, okay, well, it is what it is, And okay, we'll reschedule and trust that obviously it wasn't meant to happen. The meeting wasn't meant to happen tonight. Maybe it's meant to happen tomorrow. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow, well, okay, maybe it's not meant to happen. So I've got to just apply the principles and trust the process. It's all okay. And maybe the whole point, from a spiritual perspective, the whole point is not, what happens on the level of form, the form outcome. It's actually the point is to learn the lesson of trust. You see. But to have that perspective when you're dealing with a multi-million-dollar deal is very helpful, because it means you're not attached anymore. I think most people get completely hijacked by the ego with these kinds of things, because they're very attached to the outcome and the form, and it's the ego tells them it's very important because there's a lot of money at stake. But actually the Course teaches us, but it's all the same. You see, it doesn't really matter what's on the level of form, size, quantity, all these things the ego's made up. They don't matter at all, do they? Because it's just the principles. Do you apply the principles or not? That's the only thing that matters. So I'm very grateful for that mind training, because it helps you stay on an even keel. It helps you not to get attached, not to lose yourself down the rabbit hole of, oh my God, this is really important. And no, it's just okay. It's actually all the same. It's all illusion. Whether it's a seemingly big, important, lucrative illusion or something more trivial, it doesn't really matter. The principles are the principles, the same. And then the test is, well, can you just apply that? Apply the Course's teachings. No, I'm not a body, says Christine. I'm not a body. I'm not a separate self. None of this stuff's really real. So why get attached to it? Why get attached? There's no point, right? And then paradoxically, in that non-attachment and that letting go, it might just allow a deal to happen. See, because you're not judging, condemning, and bringing in the ego's energy, then there's an openness and there's an allowing of the Holy Spirit to come in and control the situation. So, okay, well, you do it. I'm stepping aside. I'm letting go. That's my job. And then from the letting go, this higher energy will come in, and that is an energy of love and trust is its foundation. So then when there's trust, things happen. That's the basis of any business transaction is a degree of trust. So I just see it all as lessons. It's okay, well, I did some of the stuff I mentioned earlier, like 10, 15 years ago, and it just really didn't work. I'm not even close to working. And then I'm wasting my time. It's all just illusion and delusion. So I just left it. And it's come back now, but it's come back like, okay, but actually this could work. It's possible. I think it's, certainly much more genuine than it was before. And I'm much more likely. And I think, again, it's all part of the process of your own growth. I've grown a lot in those 10, 15 years, and so now maybe I'm at a level where I can actually allow this to happen through me, if you know what I mean. Is you're not going to pull off a deal like this unless you're on a certain level. This just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So maybe it's all been necessary training, preparations. Okay, so now this has come in. Okay, well, let's see. Let's just let's see. No attachment. let's see what happens, and maybe it happens and maybe it doesn't. And that's the, that's the right attitude to look at it. 10 years ago, I think 15 years ago, when I wasn't in that space. No, there's no way. I was much more attached, much more like, oh, the desperation energy, it's like, I really want this to happen, and then that actually sabotages. It's interesting. The more you want it, the more likely it is not to happen. Because that's how the ego works.
Yeah.
So it's totally paradoxical. If you haven't had this kind of mind training, that doesn't make any sense to you. You're like, well, surely if I really want it to happen, and I'm like desperate, then it's going to happen more. But actually, that's not the case. It's going to happen. Most likely, it's not going to happen, because the ego's then got you nicely attached, and then it's going to introduce the spanner in the works and say, right, it's not going to happen. So then you're going to get very disappointed, and you're going to get all these these depressing emotions coming along, and feel devastated, because it likes that, and then it's using the situation for its purposes. So the letting go just counteracts that, and you go, well, whatever happens, I'm okay. If it happens, fantastic, great. Got lots of money to do lots of things and build this community, and if it doesn't happen, well, it's okay too, because fundamentally who I am hasn't changed, has it? The true self hasn't changed one iota, depending on that deal happening or not happening. Anything in this world, it doesn't change at all. It's the same. But it takes a lot of mind training to learn that and really get it. It doesn't really matter, because I am what I am, and it's the same. I'm the same self, whether a deal happens or whether it doesn't happen, or whatever happens in this world. I'm the same self. So why am I getting attached, upset? No reason, no point. And it's to apply these teachings in these so-called real life situations, and not make exceptions. Oh, well, this is different because this is business. Well, this is a really important transaction. No, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Always the same. And so you learn to apply the principles across the board without exception, and that's the mind training. That's what he's trying to teach us to do.
Principles mean forgiveness and letting go.
Yeah, letting go. Yeah, the principles of letting go. Like, okay, we'll let it go. There's no exception. Okay, so she let me down on a business meeting, and we still don't have a time confirmed for tomorrow. But all right, it's like whatever. I've let it go. Done what I can do, and let it go. Maybe it's not meant to happen. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But no attachment to outcome. And then you get tested, because it's like, well, oh, this is apparently valuable. This is very lucrative. So the ego says, oh, this is more important than anything else. So therefore, your attachment and your expectation and your judgment is justified, because this is really important. But the Course teaches us, but it's all the same. An illusion is an illusion, so it doesn't really matter what size the illusion, what form the illusion takes. It doesn't matter at all. It's the same. It's happening within the dream, and the dream is false. The dream is unreal. So why get attached to any of it? But then the lesson is, okay, we'll learn that when apparently the stakes are higher. So maybe that's my lesson, and then that's okay. So maybe the whole point is not to make a goal deal happen, but to learn a lesson. See, and that is the truth. But that perspective gives you, an ability to look at it differently, doesn't it? And to find, some peace no matter what happens, and not be attached, and not, lose yourself down the rabbit hole of whatever, the next transaction or business deal is. Well, I still am what I am. I stay in that clear, peaceful state no matter what, which I'm very grateful for. So I've said before, I'll say it again, A Course in Miracles is probably the best business training you can have. Anyone who's doing business, especially if they've got their own business or they high up in a company, CEO, managing director, they should study this, because it's like, this will help you to deal with the inevitable pressures that come with that role in a way that no other training will do, because all the other trainings teach you to get attached and to make it count. And no, you've got to care about this. And then you end up, you're not running your business, the business is running you. So the ego is running you through the business. You go, and that's often the case, especially with entrepreneurs who built their own business. They're so attached to their business that they can't differentiate the business from themselves. They're confused. The business is me. So business is doing well, I feel great, and then inevitably the business doesn't always do well. Challenges come up, and then they suffer because they're so identified with the business. But that's not clever, because businesses come and go. They have their ups and their downs, and nothing lasts forever in this world. So at some point the business won't be there. It'll fail, or you'll sell it, or whatever, and then what? But John's not on the call actually, because he would have something to share about this, because he ran a quite a successful business and then had to let go of it. Didn't lose it, but had to sell it, and then the identification with it was the problem. So to be able to let go of it and say, okay, I'm no longer a business owner. That identity's gone, that role's gone, and accept another stage of life. And so it's quite hard. There's a lot of undoing and a lot of letting go of a self-concept. So if you can engage in this stuff without the self-concept, who knows what's possible? That's what interests me. It's like, okay, so there's no self-investment here, no self-concept attached to the outcome. Okay, well, play the game and see what happens. Because then the Holy Spirit is directing it, and then you're tapping into the source of true abundance and allowing that to direct things. And then it's going to have a very different energy and a different outcome. And this is how miracles happen. So you're like, well, let's apply the miracle mindedness in these kinds of so-called worldly pursuits, business dealings, and whatever. And it's all just forums to learn the lessons, isn't it? Irrespective of what it is and how much value is attached to it and who's involved, it's the same. The principles apply across the board. So I guess I'm applying principles in all of these dealings, and then I'm teaching them. So it's like, okay, teach and apply, and teach and apply. If you do that, you start to learn it. You start getting really good at learning this thought system and applying it. So I'm not perfect yet, but it's certainly a lot better than I was 10 years ago. That's for sure. Keep doing it. Well, who knows? 5-10 years time. I'm like, well, let's see. It's an interesting journey, isn't it? Okay, well, let's see what happens. See what the Holy Spirit can do with us. This life and this body and this vehicle called Jonathan Quayle, and this lifetime, what can it do with it? And what value could it add to other people? How could it be truly helpful to other people and to humankind in total? And this plan of the awakening, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? And let that happen through you. So to be done through.
Yeah.
That's the art of it.
Wow. Yeah.
To be done through. Without attachment. Okay, well, there's some not everything will work. There's a guarantee not everything will work, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter, because I'm being done through, and it's not really me doing it. You see, when you remove the little me, the little self, then you realize it's not really you doing it. So, okay, it's okay. I don't have to get stressed and upset and uptight, because there's no self anymore. It's just kind of happening through this body mind vehicle, but there's no self-concept anymore. And then what comes through that is very different from someone who's invested in the self-concept. Very, very different energy. So I think, you know, a lot of the stuff is happening just because it's just coming through me. This, you know, this energy of love and trust and so on is inspiring it. And I'm just kind of, okay, well, show me. I don't really know, but what's next? You know, I'm present. Okay, this is the next thing. One thing leads to another, and it unfolds. And you just kind of go along for the ride. And so you're experiencing it, but from a position of not being attached to the self-concept, experiencing it. So that self-concept can't be hurt, it can't be damaged. You know, there's none of those negative emotions come because it's just happening through you. It's just, okay, I'm just witnessing this, what's happening through me, and it actually feels okay. I'm really at peace most of the time. So it's that foundational piece, and then you flow from that state. And so only, you know, that's the only way you will flow, is if you've got a deep foundational piece, and then, okay, it doesn't matter. I can be all kinds of stuff happening, but it doesn't really stress me because the foundational piece is there. And it's okay. You know, stuff unfolds and it happens, and some stuff works and other stuff doesn't. And that's the flow of life. And I'm just engaging in it. It's all okay. And through it all, you know, trusting, saying, well, I you know, fundamentally every person I deal with, there's a respect, you know, namaste, I see you, I honor you, you are me, and I am you, and we're all just learning our lessons here. And the business is just a vehicle for us to learn those lessons. So it's like, it's all okay. You know, we all, no one is really bad. No one's to be condemned, even if they do stuff that, you know, you don't isn't on the level of form great. So it's okay, because they're just doing their best. And that's very helpful attitude to have, because you just don't get stressed, you don't judge, and you stay open. You know, if you keep condemning people, you'll find you have no relationships, no business will work, because no one wants to hang out and do business with someone who's condemning them, do they? So they'll just separate. So you know, it means you stay open, you stay connected. If you forgive, you build trust. So, you know, I was this lady, okay, so I didn't say anything. I was tempted to make a comment about a bit unprofessional, but I didn't. I was like, okay, I'll just leave it. I just ask her very, very matter-of-factly, please confirm a time for tomorrow. You know, so no recrimination. So that builds trust, doesn't it? Now that, okay, she feels like, okay, there's been maybe she might feel a bit guilty, which I don't want, but you know, I didn't condemn her, so she'll feel like, okay, well, actually, he's quite a good guy. All right, so, you know, yes, I'll try and meet tomorrow, and let's try and make this work. You know, so that's what builds relationships. Whereas if you get on your high horse and you go, well, how dare you? You know, we made an appointment. This is unprofessional. Well, let's just kill the deal right there. You send one text like that, and that's it. You know, you're not going to get a deal, are you? Which I think often happens. People just sabotage themselves because the ego doesn't actually want them to succeed, and then they wonder why it's not working. So these principles of letting go, you know, are absolutely vital in every area of life. But you know, we're talking about business here. Absolutely vital to get this right. And if you can, then miracles can happen, and you can bring, you know, miraculous energy into your business, and you know, some really what other people might consider amazing stuff, miraculous stuff, can happen. And they might go, well, how did that happen? Well, this is how it happened, you know. So a part of this is like, well, you know, to grow this community, this is a story. If it happens, I can say, well, this is how it happened, you know. So yes, a multi-million-dollar gold transaction happened, and it happened because of these principles. And then you explain it. That's a good story, isn't it? People will listen to that because it's like you can learn. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just my own personal lesson. I don't know. You know, that's up to the Holy Spirit to decide. Anyway, so let's have a look at the lesson on. So any other questions? Sorry, that sort of. I can't even remember what your question was, Kim.
I was asking about the trust and the you know, like when someone like lets you down, etc. But
yeah.
And there's the trust. I'd asked about trust in my expectation as well, right? Trust that the person will show. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
not that they.
Even if she does let us down completely, and there's never a meeting, and it never happens, this forgiveness still allows you to trust, because I trust my brothers who are one with me. You still see her as whole and complete and one with you. So there's still an underlying trust, even if you say, well, look, I'm not going to do business again. On one level. On another level, it's like, well, actually, I see you as you really are. Beyond the scattered, like most people are scattered. You come to accept that. If you haven't done this kind of disciplined mind training, they're often quite scattered, and they get overwhelmed themselves, and they don't. It's like, okay, because so you understand, all right, you're just doing the best you can with what you know how to do.
Yeah.
And if you knew better, then you would do better. It's like self-evident. So how can I condemn you for doing the best you can with what you know now? And, who's in a position to do that? Really, you're not. So they're just doing the best they can with what they know now. It may not be absolutely a great standard, and you can go, well, that's not very professional, whatever. But that's all they know. So, just very interesting. I find it fascinating, applying these principles in, practical situations like this, and then seeing how they work. And that's what your life is about: learning these lessons, applying these teachings and learning. And then miraculous outcomes may come, or maybe they don't. On the level of form, who knows? Maybe it's just an internal lesson, and on the level of form, nothing happens. Maybe, or maybe something manifests. But you see, that's the difference between miracle-mindedness and being a conscious manifester. So I had a conversation earlier with someone, and he's into the conscious manifestation. It's like the money, and it's a different vibe, very different from the miracle-mindedness, isn't it? Because the one is focused on outcome and form, and the other is focused on a lesson. Okay, so what can I learn from this? How can I learn who I really am through this? The outcome really doesn't matter. Very, very, very completely different thought system, different purpose, different thought system, and a very different energy. I was like, I don't think I can really work with this guy. It's different frequency. I was like, I thought maybe I'd known him from 15 years back, and he was very much into personal growth then. But like nothing much has changed. It's still the same energy. It's go, make stuff happen. Very much about the self-concept involved. And it just doesn't resonate. You can't marry that with I just completely let go, and there is no self anymore doing it. I'm being done through. It's not really about the outcome. It's about the spiritual lessons, and I'm guided, and it's not just chasing the money. It's like I must do what is correct and right, irrespective of that. It's different, very different thought system, purpose, idea, and they don't reconcile. So you can't partner with someone like that, even though on another level I still trust him. You see, that's the paradox of it. Okay, so I can't probably work with you, but like I still see you underneath all of that. There is this divine self that's still there, and we can connect, and maybe he's going to possibly refer a couple of people in his network. So who knows? That what will happen from that? But stay in the underlying energy of trust, even if you can't work with someone. I think that's really the learning, paradoxical as it seems. Okay, I can't work with you, but I still trust you on another level.
Yeah.
You see, so it's like different levels of, okay, so on a practical level, we can't work together, but I still trust you. You're my brother. I love you. And God bless you. It's okay. So there's no condemnation. There's no separation in your mind going, because apparently there's a difference on the level of form. And apparently, like, his energy is different from yours. And you're like, well, that's really not right. And you're like, what, he hasn't got it yet. And you can go into a whole separation story there. Or you can just go, but I must stay, I still see you. Still my brother underneath it all. I think that's what the lesson's really saying.
Interesting. Yeah. So.
Yeah, so it's a, because it's actually one of the hardest lessons, I think, this in the course. Lesson 181, I trust my brothers are one with me. Every time it comes around, I'm like, oh, okay, because I've really, trusting your brothers, and then so often they let you down. Your brothers let you down. You say, but how can I trust them when I keep getting let down? Like, I was listening to watched the tail end of a Bond movie. The people I'm with are addicted to TV. So they're just watching all the time. And I just happened to be having a meal. And so it was this Bond movie, Casino Royale, playing. And then, the sort of one of the final sort of things he said, he's gone through this and he's been betrayed by his love. His lover has betrayed him. This woman has now, taken the money, if you know the story. And so M says to him, well, have you learned your lesson? Trust nobody. I thought, isn't that interesting? So that's just the ego thought system, isn't it? You can trust nobody. But what a sad life, And so in some ways, the character of Bond is like this hardened, and then interesting because Ian Fleming, he did actually have some characterization going on there. If you read his books, he had this, like, yes, he actually fell in love as I read the book, he fell in love with the woman. It was like a genuine, love. And then he got betrayed, and it really wounded him. He was absolutely devastated because he thought he'd found what he actually yearned for was love, and then she just ended up betraying as well. And then the ego says, well, trust no one. You can't trust anyone. And it's like really sad, because then you just live in this really hard, cold, cruel world.
Yes.
And the final scene is there with a machine gun. It's like, the name is Bond. It's James Bond. He just shot someone in the leg or something. It's like, really? I mean, is that? I mean, obviously it's a made up story and it's a character, but it's an illusion. There's no glamour in that. It's actually a hard, cold, brutal world. And who would really want that? But yet we watch it as entertainment. It's interesting. And he's like killing people, and then he's like being poisoned, and it's like, oh, where's the peace, man?
Yeah.
At any moment, the guy could die, could be poisoned. He then finds what he thinks is the love of his life, and then she betrays him and she dies. I mean, it's all just, desperately sad, really. And yet the ego says this is some kind of, great life. And, people watch Bond and it's like, well, I want to be like James Bond. Really? Would you really want to go and kill people? And no, you wouldn't. I mean, that's no kind of a life, is there? There's no peace there. No peace, no happiness. So I just thought it was interesting, that you watch these movies, and people kind of aspire to this character. We identify with the character, which is why they watch it. But actually, would you really want that life? I wouldn't. No way.
No.
Give me a much more sedate, peaceful existence than that, just peace above all else. And that it does come through a little bit in the movies. Like he's this kind of lost soul a bit, and he's like, well, he makes comments like, if you do this kind of job for too long, you lose your soul. And so I think Ian Fleming did bring that in a little bit. It was like the characterization, and he had his own Bond had his own issues to deal with, his own mental and emotional issues. Funny enough, I actually stayed. You won't believe it. I house sat for a guy who has just written Ian Fleming's autobiography, or Ian Fleming's biography. Sorry, official biography. Yeah. So I'm writing a thing of Ian Fleming. I'm like, okay, very interesting. So I know the author, and his name is Nicholas Shakespeare. I was like, you can't make this stuff up. Yeah, he's related to Shakespeare. Seriously.
What?
Okay. Yeah, fascinating. I did a house sit. The guy's name is Nicholas Shakespeare. He's a descendant of Shakespeare, and he's writing the official biography of Ian Fleming. Like, you can't make this stuff up, can you?
Yeah.
Very, very, very interesting.
Wow.
And he finished the book on the day he left. He said, "Oh, I've just submitted it to the publisher," and he was going off overseas. That's like that's so, it's just fascinating. Life without these kinds of synchronicities is so interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just kind of enjoy the ride, and enjoy these synchronicities. And I must actually maybe read it. Might be interesting to read it, because he said Ian Fleming was a very interesting character. It wasn't just James Bond. There was much more depth to it than that, and apparently set up the CIA. A lot of people don't know that. So he really did understand that whole world. Yeah, he set it up. Yeah, apparently he was like the brainchild behind the CIA. Very interesting. So I haven't read the book, so don't quote me. But he said, yeah, he was instrumental behind the CIA. So he's writing about the CIA and MI6. He really understood that world because he'd been in it. And then he went to Jamaica and he wrote these books in a kind of villa in Jamaica. So a lot of those scenes, those tropical scenes set in Jamaica, that was like he was describing his front lawn, basically.
Okay.
He's sitting there writing, he's describing the scene of what he actually, was experiencing. Anyway, that's all on the side. Part of my interesting journey over the last few months. Lesson, this is lesson 201, which is a review lesson. I trust my brothers who are one with me. And there's also an introduction, so maybe we should just have a look at that. It's about 7 paragraphs of an introduction to this next series of review lessons. So let's have a look at that, and then we'll just do a meditation on the lesson. Good night. Okay. Cheers, Christine. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully see you next week. Join us on Sunday evening.
Christine.
Right then.
Bye.
Okay. So.
Christine.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night, Christine.
Well. All right. So this is introduction to workbook review 6, which is the last review of the workbook, because we go into part 2 after this review, which just doesn't have reviews. So the last one, and he takes some time out to in this review. He takes some time out to just tell us where we're at and give us a bit of coaching and say, okay, this is kind of what's going on. And this is also how you're going to practice it. So how you actually going to approach these reviews. So they're very helpful, definitely worth reading before you embark on the series of review lessons. Okay, so Elaine, if you can read paragraph 1 for us in the alternative, please.
For this review, I take only one idea each day and practice it as often as possible. Besides the time I give morning and evening, which should not be less than 15 minutes, and the hourly remembrances I make throughout the day. I use the idea as often as I can between them. Each of these ideas alone is sufficient for awakening if I learn it truly. Each is enough to release me and the world from every form of bondage and invite the memory of perfect love to come again.
Okay, so any thoughts on that one?
It's just giving us our what we need to do to practice to get to awaken and release us from the world, from all the form and bondage, and invite the memory of perfect love to come in again and again. So practice.
And he's saying each of these ideas, and this is very significant, each of these ideas alone is sufficient for awakening. Which is it's hugely profound, isn't it? One idea, fully, like I trust my brothers who are one with me. You really get that. You really deeply understand that and apply it. You've awoken. Because you must then be in the one self. The only self that can truly trust your brothers. So it's a holographic thought system. Each idea gives you access to the whole. Each idea, fully understood, gives you the whole understanding. So the idea of a hologram is the part contains the whole. Each part is like a miniature version of the whole, and that's how this thought system works. So each idea has the potential to completely awaken, and he's given us hundreds of them to work with, which is pretty extraordinary, and it's just amazing that we've got this kind of clarity and this wisdom presented to us in a course that you can study daily. Okay, so number 2, Kim, if you can read that one, an alternative with this in mind.
With this in mind, I start my practicing, in which I carefully review the thoughts the remembrance of oneness has bestowed on me in my last 20 lessons. Each contains the whole curriculum if understood, practiced, accepted, and applied to all the seeming happenings throughout the day. One is enough, but I will not make exceptions to that one. And so I need to use them all and let them blend into one as each contributes to the whole I learn.
So what's he saying there?
So for each lesson, the 20 that are reviewing, one per day, each one contains the whole curriculum. So he's emphasizing again what he said in the first paragraph, that if practiced deeply and applied throughout the day, you can reach that awakening. So one is enough, but he doesn't want us to make exceptions. So isn't like practice one and then not the next one the next day, for instance.
No, just don't make exceptions to the idea. So I trust my brothers who are one with me. Don't make an exception and go, oh well, in this instance I don't trust my brothers. See, that's what he's saying. Stay true to that no matter what happens during the day. You stay true to that no matter what happens. That's then the mind training. You're not making exceptions. You're learning to apply these principles of truth no matter what, and to hold to them even when apparently there's an exception, because obviously the ego is the exception to the truth. So it shows you the exception, but then do you believe in it? What it's doing is it's saying, there we go, there's the exception. Are you going to believe in this or not? And it's tempting you to believe in it. Oh, well, there's an exception to the truth then. You can't trust all your brothers because they're not one with you. See? Then you've made the exception in your mind. And of course, that splits your mind. There you are back in separation again. And it happens in a moment, in a thought. The thoughts and emotion. Oh, I can't trust that person anymore. Well, you just made the exception. And you're back in the world of separation then. So again, he's told us before, but he's emphasizing again, don't make exceptions to this course. Because if you make exceptions, then the ego is back in business, and it's as though you're doing nothing. You're not going anywhere. The exceptions just mean you're caught in duality. You've got two thought systems that are completely contradictory and opposite, and you're trying to somehow make sense of that and have both going on simultaneously in your mind. So I trust my brothers, but no, I don't trust them. I love them. I bless them. I'm grateful. I'm happy, etc. Oh no, but actually I'm not. I don't love them. I hate them. I'm unhappy. I'm miserable. I fear. And clearly, that there's opposite positions. You can't have both going on at the same time in your mind and be sane. That's why it says don't make exceptions.
That's where the ego, I suppose, again, it's that when you're feeling angry or upset, that's the kind of stuff that you think will say.
Yeah, you make an exception.
Yeah.
And the idea is to stay as the truth, to say don't make an exception to that. The idea is true, irrespective of what seems to happen in your life and in your world. So the truth is true no matter what, and what is then being shown to you in the dream world is illusion. That's the illusion. So you're learning to trust this thought system. Say, this is the truth. I hold to this no matter what, and I make no exception. So, whatever happens on the level of form, that I've got to let go of, because that's not true. And when you do that, that's forgiveness. That's the letting go he's asking you to do, which then corrects your mind. And so you start knowing, first it starts with believing, but then you start knowing that this truth is true. You start knowing that oneness is true and nothing else is true. And you start learning that more and more until eventually you've learned it completely and there's no need for lessons anymore. And so you don't have to come back. You're free to just stay in that perfect oneness, which you've accepted as the truth. Does it make sense? It's very simple. That's all enlightenment is. Simply stated, it's not rocket science, but the difficulty we experience with this course is because we make exceptions, because we are constantly tempted to make exceptions to these ideas, and the world tempts us to do that, and very easy to find yourself making an exception. Oh, I don't really trust now because I've been let down. But I must not make exceptions, because if I make an exception, one exception allows the entire ego thought system back into my mind and into my life, which, if I understand what it is a disaster. I'm inviting hell into my experience, condemning myself to suffering and death by doing this. So this is not a clever thing to do. So that's what an exception means. Exception equals hell. And no exceptions means heaven. That's the simple equation we've got to learn. And then people will say, oh, well, that's just a bit too hard line, it's too full on for me. One of Christine's friends said, oh, but the course is too full on for me. Okay, so what do you want to be? Half on then? Like a half on philosophy? How's that going to work? Kind of half baked?
Yeah.
Like, well, people can't be half pregnant. You're pregnant or you're not. It's the same thing. It's either 100% or it's not. So he's asking us for a full commitment, knowing full well that we're not there to start with. When we start the course, our mind is very split. But through the course, he's got to help us to start realizing, okay, we can't make exceptions, which is then 100% commitment. When you make no exceptions, then you're 100% committed. If you make one exception, then you're not 100% committed. Oh, you've got another thought system that's still attractive for you, which is why you make the exception. Okay, so number 3 then. Elaine, if you can read that.
These practice sessions, like our last review, are centered around a central theme with which we start and end each lesson. It is this: I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as perfect love extends me.
The original was, I'm still as God created me. So we've changed created to extends, because it's not past tense, it's present. Right? It extends me right now. I was never created and then that was it, over. It's a continuous process. Perfect love extends me right now, every moment, in this moment, because it's eternal. So that's why we changed that word. Okay.
My day begins and ends with this, and I repeat it every hour, or I remember in between that I have a function which transcends the world I see. Beyond this, and a repetition of the special thought I practice for the day, I will practice no form of exercise except completely letting go of everything that clutters up my mind and makes it deaf to reason, sanity, and simple truth.
Yeah. Okay. So what's
just practicing this affirmation every hour, and letting go of all the clutter of the mind, so that it's not deaf to the reason and sanity and simple truth. Yeah, just practice all day as it begins and ends.
Yeah. So I'm not a body, I'm free. I'm still as perfect love extends me. It kind of summarizes the whole course, really, doesn't it? It's all in there. So letting go of the body, it's a claiming of your freedom and a claiming of your true identity. I'm still, and that's, I always think this is a double meaning. I remain as perfect love extends me, but I am still. It's a double meaning there. I'm still, I'm quiet, I'm peaceful. As perfect love extends me. You can read it in both ways, and both make sense. So again, he's just asking us to practice, be vigilant, practice it diligently every hour in between, and make this the thread that runs through your day. It's this understanding of who you are and who you're not. Okay. Any questions on number 3? Happy to go to number 4 then.
Yeah.
Okay. I will attempt to get beyond all words and special forms of practicing for this review. For now, I attempt to reach a quickened pace along a shorter path to the serenity and peace of perfect love. I merely close my eyes and then forget all that I thought I knew and understood. For in this way, I will free myself from all I did not know and I failed to understand.
Okay, so what's he saying then?
Trying to, with the regular practices during the day and for the morning and evening, is to kind of really let go and not, and this is what I wonder about, besides doing your meditations, John, I really do this, but per different lesson. It says, I'll attempt to reach a quickened pace along a shorter path to serenity and peace, i.e., through this course, that's what we want to get to. It's saying, forget all our thoughts and knew and understood. I mean, is that trying to just clear the mind, or what you thought you knew and understood about the lesson, or I mean,
yeah, what he's asking us
practice
to
this.
do is just, let it all go and just go into a state of pure awareness. Forget all that I thought I knew and understood in that moment. So you have these moments where you just completely let go, and you can go into blank awareness, and that's a little glimpse of heaven. So he's inviting us to to start practicing that. The mind training and everything is to prepare you to be able to let go in this way. Really just go into a state of pure awareness where none of that conditioned mind programming is there, and experience directly the freedom that he's talking about. I'm not a body, I'm free. And this way I will free myself from all I did not know and failed to understand. He's saying I didn't really know what I was doing, really. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I knew what this world was about, but actually I didn't. I was clueless. And I really failed to understand it because I was trying to understand it from my separate self, from the ego, which is non-existent and insane. So I didn't really know, and I didn't really understand before, and that's okay. Once I understand that I didn't understand, then I'm free. And I can kind of chuckle, I can just laugh and go, it's ridiculous, ideas and life I had before, but now I'm free of that. I can stay in pure formless awareness, no matter what. So he's asking us to, start really letting go. He says it wasn't a lesson recently. He said, forget this world, forget this course, and come with holy empty hands unto your God. It's along those lines. Okay, forget everything in that moment. Go into that state of pure awareness and just hang out there. And if that's, authentic, that'll be like a grace or even a revelatory experience. The world drops away and you're just in that awareness. I had one of those, it was amazing. And really, everything did drop away. Forget all I thought I knew and understood. Yeah, it's just all in that moment. It was like tabula rasa, they call it, the blank slate. Just mind is cleaned, and it's just this pure awareness without thought. No, no thought, no understanding, just pure awareness. It was beautiful. And then afterwards, came out of it, and then the Holy Spirit showed me, okay, this is actually what you've been doing, and this is what's going on, really. And so, my understanding of this world and the illusion and who I really was, just dramatically in that moment, just got supercharged. Sudden moment of insight, and I was like, okay, I really get it now. Thought I got it before, now I really get it. This world is a veil of illusion invented by the ego precisely only to justify these thoughts and emotions that cover over my pure formless awareness of perfect love. That pristine awareness that I'd experienced, the only purpose of the world is to cover that over. I saw that so clearly. And it was, quite devastating. I cried. It's like, that's so sad. Like, how could I have done that? But the key thing was I realized that I had done it. Okay, so it's not anyone else. I can't blame anyone else. I had done it. And because I had done it, I could therefore make a different decision and choose again and undo it. And that's why the taking of total responsibility is so important. Because if you've done it and only you're responsible, then you can also undo it. If someone else is responsible, then you can't, because you're not responsible, they are. See how the ego works. That's why the 100% responsibility is so important. And this way I'll free myself from all I did not know and fail to understand. Is really my previous thought system in the ego and this world, my understanding of the world through the ego's eyes. Actually, I was clueless. I had no idea. I didn't really know what I was doing.
So you saying that, John? Like,
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's true of anyone. That's what he's saying. But it has been my experience. Like when you're in the ego, you have no idea who you are, what you're doing. You're completely clueless, confused. And what you thought was real and valuable and important actually wasn't at all. Everything was upside down. Everything you did in that state of mind was backwards and upside down. And it's no wonder it didn't work. And it didn't bring you peace and happiness. And as you awaken, you start to see that, and you can look back on your journey and go, yeah, well, I can see why I wasn't very happy. I didn't know at the time why, but because I was in the ego, everything was upside down, everything was backwards, and so of course I wasn't happy. How can you be in an insane thought system? But from within the insane thought system, it all seems to be very real and very important. He's trying to liberate us from that and get us to see that it's really not, and that actually we're clueless. So a lot of people's resistance is their pride. They don't want to admit that they're clueless. So most people go, well, I kind of got my life somewhat handled and sort of working, and no, so it's okay. I'm not really open to another idea. And then, of course, business as usual for the ego. It's only when you're down on your knees and you're going, whoa, I'm just like, I'm really struggling here. And everything I thought I knew isn't working. And, that can be a very challenging situation to be in. But that's when you really learn. Because that's when you go, okay, I'm ready to look at it completely differently. I'm ready to throw out this entire thought system because it's just got too painful. And that's when transformation really happens. Dark nights of the soul, I call it the abyss in our hero's journey. He calls it the abyss. Where are we? Where are we? Is that what? That's what we want. So hero's journey will be so this is the death and the rebirth. The abyss, the dark night of the soul, whatever you call it. But he's asking you to consciously, willingly go through that, to let it all go, and then be resurrected. You're awakened. You come out the other side, and you go, like everything I thought I understood prior to that, I realized was false. So you can almost, that's why I say it's like another life. You look on and you go, another lifetime. Although it was, supposedly me, this character, it was just very different mindset, very different thought system, different experiences. And that's what transformation is. I've transformed from that, egoic entity into the true self, or the Christ, that now just sees differently and sort of a higher perspective on life. And that's what he's training us to do. Okay. So there's only one exception, maybe number 5. Only one exception to his lack of structure.
There is only one exception to the lack of structure. I permit no idle thought to go unchallenged. If I notice one, I deny its hold and hasten to assure my mind that this is not what it wants. Then I think of the central idea I'm practicing that day quickly to help me gently let go of the false thought I do not want and exchange it for the idea or review that day and the experience it will bring me.
Yeah, what's he saying there?
When you see an idle thought or come along, just unchallenged. Just notice it.
Idle means false. So I'll just change
Yeah.
that. False thought to go unchallenged. I notice one.
Well, we try not to permit false thoughts in and let them go unchallenged. So we practice quickly and gently let go of all these false thoughts and exchange it with the idea of the day. And just keep practicing it.
Yeah.
Each time it keeps coming up, just bring the thought of the day. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how we're supposed to apply this course. I'm saying use these thoughts to help you moment by moment to let go of these egoic thoughts. So you start becoming more aware of them. You go, oh, that's not a nice thought. But you realize it's not you. And that's not really me. It's just this kind of random, crazy, chaotic thought that the ego specializes in. And with that perspective, you go, well, okay, just let that go. You don't have to dwell on that thought. Just drop it. And so challenge all of your false thoughts. You see, this is the vigilance. You're saying, don't just let them come in and go, okay, well, I'll just accept that. It's like, no, when it comes in, you notice it and you say, no, this isn't what I want. So then you practice the lesson, you bring in the idea, I trust my brothers who are one with me, and that helps you let go of that false thought and any emotion. And then you just keep doing it. Okay. So,
good.
When I'm tempted to enslave myself again.
Me or
is it you, Kim? I think is it you? Yeah, I think so.
When I am tempted to enslave myself again, I hasten to proclaim my freedom from temptation. As I say, this thought I do not want, I choose instead. I'm not a body, now I'm free. And then I repeat the idea for the day and let it take the place of what I thought. Beyond such special applications of each day's idea, I will be contemplating just a few formal expressions or specific thoughts to aid my practicing. Therefore, instead of reading many words in these practice periods, I give these times of quiet to the teacher who instructs in quiet, speaks of peace, and gives me thoughts, whatever meaning they may have.
Yeah. So saying there's a few extra words just to contemplate, and they're short. It's like a sutra, just a short couple of sentences, really trying to take us into this deeper peace beyond words. So we're moving now into the second phase, second part of the course. Sort of preparation for it. It officially starts on lesson 221, where it's much shorter. The need for words is almost over, as he says, and so the pointers are very short. It's like a couple of paragraphs each lesson, a key idea and then a couple of paragraphs. And so you just dwell on that, and you kind of use the words to just point you into the state of peace. That's the whole point, just to stay in that peace. So it's a different kind of phase. That's why the workbook is split into two. Phase one, part one is about the undoing of the ego, and really looking at it and looking at perception. And some of the lessons are quite long. And we're talking about, changing your perception and letting go of the ego. And then part 2 is about accepting peace and just, going into this peaceful state more and more, using these pointers that he's given us. Okay. It also means, Elaine, we'll have more time to do the text, which is good. So because the lessons are shorter. So and next year, Kim, we're going to focus on the text. So instead of doing the lesson first, I'll do the text. If we have extra time, then I'll do the lesson. And if you want to get the lesson on a recording, then that'll be available. You can listen to one of these recordings of the live sessions. Because it's just not feasible to do 5 hours a day of live. Well, for most people, I've managed to do it somehow, but with difficulty. So 2 to 3 hours.
Are we not doing text at all this year? Because I thought we were going to try and alternate it.
No, we are. Yeah, we are. We're just trying to do both. What I'm saying is the rest of the next 165 lessons, the lessons are much shorter. They're like a paragraph or 2.
Right.
They're not 11 paragraphs. So
so the text
is a lot quicker. You don't have to do a lot of translation, and you read them, and then you just do a meditation. So you might do the text in an hour or less, and then you've got time for the text. Oh, and there's John, just on time. So we'll do some text tonight for you. So just the final one. Hi, John. Welcome.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, Elaine. Hi, Kim. Hi, Joe.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to join us. There's quite a bit of text to do tonight. So.
I've been with you for the last half hour, actually, on YouTube.
Oh, have you? Oh, okay. You're listening in. All right, good. Yeah, well, welcome. It was nice to see you in person. So.
Yeah, I was just having something to eat.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So, actually, will you read it, John? We're just doing the introduction to the review. Review lessons. This is the last paragraph, and then we just do the lesson, and then we'll go into some text.
I offer this review to the remembrance of perfect love. I surrender to its direction and let it teach me what to do, say, and think each time I turn to it. It will always be available to me each time I call to it to help me. So I offer it the whole review. So I offer it the whole review I now begin. And I will also not forget the loving presence to which it has been given as I practice day by day, advancing toward the goal it set for me, allowing it to teach me how to go and trusting it completely for the way each practice period can best become a loving gift of freedom to the world.
Yeah. Okay. So what's he saying there?
Well, he's saying that in doing this, in this review, I will reunite with all my brothers and I offer up myself in so doing, because it's a goal that I have and that we all have.
Each practice period, it's quite a nice thought. Each practice period can best become a loving gift of freedom to the world. So whenever I practice, I'm giving this gift of freedom to the whole world. So why wouldn't I do that? It's not just my freedom, it's everyone's freedom. Okay, so that's just the introduction to help us to practice the lessons that are going to come. It's 20 review lessons where he's actually just reviewing the same ideas. There's not even two, it's just one. So it's 20 review lessons, and then he's just introduced again another idea. I'm not a body, I'm free, and I'm still as God or perfect love created or extends me. Just to kind of sandwich it. I always think of it as a sandwich. There's the, there's the filling, there's the bread, and it's like sits in the middle. Kind of wraps it in this really powerful idea, actually. I mean, I'm not a body, I'm free.
A lovely picture.
As perfect love extends me is kind of summarizes the whole course, doesn't it? Okay, so let's practice that. What we can do is there's a bit of reading to do, so it's just a very short. Just reflect on John. If you read, "I'm not a body, I'm free," and then just any questions or comments on that, and then we'll go to the main idea. I'll ask Elaine to do that, and Kim can read the text.
So, I am not body, I am free, for I am still as perfect love extends me.
Oh, so any thoughts on that? Resonate with you?
Yeah, it's a very reassuring. It's a theme that he often uses, isn't it? And it's one of the messages that I can always remember.
Yeah, it's maybe one of the key summaries of the course. If you're going to summarize the course in a practical form, so there's that introduction to the workbook. It says nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. That's sort of the metaphysical summary, but the practicality of applying it to your life is: I am not a body, I am free, for I'm still as perfect love extends me. That's a summary of the workbook, really, isn't it? This could be called the high-level summary of the workbook, and then nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God could be a high-level summary of the text. Way of looking at it.
Yes, that's an interesting point, John. Yeah,
I think so, because this kind of captures really the essence of what he's trying to train us to accept. I'm not a body, I'm free, and I'm still as perfect love extends me. And there's double meaning in still as well, whether that's intentional or no. But I remain as perfect love extends me, but I am still, I'm quiet, I'm at peace as perfect love extends me in peace. So it's a double whammy there in that sentence, and interpret it either way, and both ways work. Okay, so then moving on to the main ingredient, the filler of the sandwich, shall we call it? Elaine, if you can read that.
Yeah. I trust my brothers who are one with me. I trust my companions who are one with me.
Well, any thoughts on that?
Well, it is trust. It's all down to trust. We have to trust. Not the ego, but the essence of the person.
Yeah, I do indeed. Trust my companions who are one with me. And so even like I was talking earlier about business teams, you might have a situation where you go, I can't really work with this person, but I still trust them on another level. You know, this is asking us to see the Christ in them, to see the true self in them, irrespective of what they've done on the level of form. And people will struggle, you know, some will struggle with it because there's different levels. So, well, let's say I've been in an abusive relationship. How can I trust this person? Because over and over they've abused me. So what are you saying? I should stay with them and keep trusting them, and they keep hurting me? No, that's not what the Course is saying. It's saying let go fully, you know, truly forgive and let go. And then you'll come to realize that, you know, the ego, a person's ego is not who they really are. So no, you can't trust their ego, but underneath that is their true self. And you can see that if you let go of your own ego identification, even though they may continue to behave in that abusive way, you can still perceive the truth in them and still recognize that you are one with them on you know, in truth and on the ultimate level. Even while maybe on the, you know, level of form, you say, okay, well, I'm going to leave. You know, this classic situation would be an abused woman. I'm going to leave because I don't deserve abuse anymore. But with the healing, if the healing is really done, she could still come to this awareness that, you know, I see the Christ in my partner, even though he beat me up continuously. I still, on another level, trust. But there's a lot of letting go and forgiveness would have to come in to allow that trust to her to experience that trust. So forgiveness or letting go in the way that Yeshua's teaching us will restore that trust into your mind, no matter what happened on the level of form. That makes sense?
But on the level of form, you might have gotten out of that relationship.
Yes, yeah. So, you know, it's not saying you don't, you know, do what's required. Okay, so you're not with that person anymore, so they can't hurt you. But then the healing in the mind, you see, if that person maintains, the abused woman maintains her resentment, her anger, her bitterness towards her previous partner, then that is not trusting his true self or her true self. That's a denial of her true self, and she will suffer accordingly because of that. So then she's actually abusing herself. So that's the hard part with abusive relationships and stuff. It's like you've actually got to stop the self-abuse. And the realization then might be, well, all along, I was abusing myself through him. I was doing it to myself through him. He was my projection. It's not an easy realization to have, but you know, that leads to healing. I spoke to once, yeah, she'd been through this whole story. She's a woman who'd been in an abusive relationship for nearly 20 years. And she said, yeah, I had to eventually realize I had been part of it. It was a co-creation. I was playing my role, I was playing my part. And I had to say enough. And when I said enough is enough, then I could be free of it, and I left. But as long as I maintain my victim identification, the relationship would continue because the victim identity was served by the relationship.
Well,
So
what
her
about
healing journey?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jono.
Her healing journey was to realize that I'm responsible. I can't blame anyone else. I can't blame him. He's apparently the abuser, but actually I'm abusing myself through him because I've got a victim mindset and I feel like I deserve to be treated this way. So then I attract into my life someone who treats me that way, and I stay with him for 20 years because I feel that this is what I deserve. So I'm playing my part. I'm a co-creator of this abusive relationship. It requires two to tango, not just one. And there's, probably people out there might listen to this and go, oh, how can you say that? I'm a victim. You've had, long-term abuse or something. But then I'd say to those people, you have to wake up to the fact that you are responsible, no matter what's happened, and that it is your creation. Because if you acknowledge that, you accept that, then you can be free. Then you're not a victim anymore, because you did it to yourself. Then you can change your mind. Then you can be free. And it's the only way you will be free. As long as you're a victim, well, you can't change that, because it's happening apparently from some other external person and force outside of you that's beyond your control. So then how can you be free of that? You can't. You've defined it. You've set it up in a way that you can never be free. That's what the victim mindset does. So a lesson like today, could, if you applied it without exception, this would help you learn that lesson, would help you get out of the victim mindset and actually learn to trust yourself and your brother again, your companion again, just on another level. Sorry, your question, did you have a question or? I'm not sure you're going to say something.
I can't really remember it well now, but it's like, I guess someone, when they're in that relationship, they also might still be looking for some kind of justice or apology, which you may not get. Like acknowledgement, like from the abuser, so-called abuser, which they won't do. So, but they kind of
very often, if they're still in that abusive mindset, they won't do it. They won't apologize. But it doesn't matter, because you can still forgive them. Whether they accept
out of the blue, they will, because you have to let go of that. I mean, maybe out of the blue, somewhere in the future they might anyway, but you've let go of that attachment or that acknowledgement to come externally, because
because it's internal. You've let it go yourself, and you've really forgiven yourself, because you've let go of this insane victim identity that caused the abuse in the first place. That's what it means to forgive yourself. And then from that, enlightened perspective, you could say, yes, I do trust them. You are still one with me, and I see that, because I can see beyond the ego and the abuse. I can see beyond the illusion of who they think they are, what they might still believe they are. I can see beyond that. And I can see the Christ in them, because I can see it in myself. And so, I love them and I bless them. And I wish them only well. I wish them awakening. I wish they could be awakened and healed. That's all I can wish for them. And knowing at some point that they will be, because no one is lost eternally. No one is lost forever in the ego. They will awaken at some point, and they've got their journey to do to doing that. And so it's okay. Actually, the abuse was just part of a learning for both people, learning to get rid of the ego. Remember, did you watch the Shack?
Yes, I was just thinking about that.
Quite a moving scene when he remember when he meets his dad.
Yes.
And there's a kind of a reconciliation. His dad says, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. I was totally lost in my ego. I didn't know what I was doing, and so I was really hurtful and abusive." And then he killed him. It's just shown that he poisoned him. So his son murdered him.
Oh, I don't remember that. Sure.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, because there was a little scene where he was pouring strychnine into his whiskey bottle after he got beaten up. Remember, he got that whipping. And then there was a short scene where he was pouring strychnine into the whiskey bottle. well, that's going to kill you, isn't it? You drink that, that's it, you're gonna.
Oh.
Yeah. So there was a forgiveness there. Like, okay, yeah, it's all right. You killed me. I abused you. You killed me, but it's all okay, because actually, in truth, nothing really happened. We still won with each other on this higher level. But it was in the afterlife, so it's like, well, you've got to have that higher perspective. Often in the human world, as his father said, I'm just totally lost. I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Yeah, sure.
Only when that soul has freed itself from the body, that it might have a higher perspective, and be able to learn something from those experiences. And then there's an understanding, well, it was all okay, it was all perfect in its imperfection. It was what needed to happen to learn the lesson. So all right, so it's just a learning experience, to let go of the ego. And everyone is just doing the best they can with what they know. Even, I mean, in that movie, his father was all horrible. He was abusive and drunk, and really, beating him up and beating his mother up. And okay, but then remember, he got shown when he was sitting on the seat of judgment. Do you remember that scene? It's quite powerful.
Yeah. Okay.
And that woman was showing him, and she showed him a vision of his dad being abused.
Yeah.
I said, that's him when he was a child. So understand why he does what he does, because he experienced that. And so you condemn him, judge him, but he doesn't know anything else, because he's got all this wounded child in him that hasn't been able to let it go. And he's carrying all that woundedness and that anger and that rage, and then it comes out when he drinks. And he drinks because he can't handle his emotions. So are you going to condemn him for that? Because that's all he knows how to do. Given that abuse, how does he know how to do anything else? So you see that on another level, you can still trust him, even though he's done that. You trust his spirit, his true self. That's what you trust. I'm not asking you to trust his ego. You let that go and say, well, he was never an ego, so that's just part of the illusion. I can't trust that. How can I trust what's unreal? It has no existence, has no reality. I just see who he really is, and I trust that. No matter what his ego's done, that's where the letting go comes in and leads to trust inevitably. So it's quite a deep lesson, isn't it? It's simple, but it's like you start digging into it. It's like, whoa. As I said, I found it one of the hardest lessons in the whole course, because it really makes it explicit. Okay, I trust my companions who are one with me, and I'm not to make an exception to that. No exceptions to that. No matter what anyone's done or said. Well, that runs right against the ego, doesn't it? Because almost everyone has done something that you don't like at some point, but you still got to trust them and say they're one with you. As he says, if you applied this completely and you trusted all of your companions, you understood they're one with you, you're enlightened. That's it. You've understood the whole thought system. You're free. Okay, so that's the key idea. Any other comments or questions on that one? Or, we can go on to the little short teaching. So this is, as I said, this is kind of what it's going to be like in the second part of the workbook. Just a lesson like this, and then a short, generally 1, 2, 3 sentences, paragraph, which just kind of expounds on it a little bit. It's like a sutra in some of the Eastern teachings. They have these sutras where it's a very short passage, and the idea is you just contemplate it, and it takes you into a meditative, peaceful state through the contemplation of it. So you don't need a lot of words. Okay, so Kim, if you can read that one, and the alternative, kindly.
Everyone is my companion. I am blessed with oneness, with true reality and pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source, which is the only source of the whole that is myself, forever one with me. I am not a body. I am free, for I am still as God created me.
I'm still as
perfect
extends
love.
Extends me.
For I am still as perfect love extends me.
Yeah, and it's just a different feeling, isn't it? Perfect love extends me is very present. It's happening right now. God created me.
Yeah.
Well, it's some kind of past tense, but there is no past tense in God because it's eternal, meaning it's right now. So hence we change the language.
Yeah.
Love extends me. I'm still as perfect love extends me right now. And if you just sink into that realization, that takes you home. In the present moment, okay, there's just this perfect loving awareness in my mind. I'm experiencing it. So it's extending me right now, and I'm just becoming aware that I am its extension. Because I've been unaware of it. Just got to wake up to that awareness, what the awakening is all about. Okay, and then this one, everyone is my companion. I'm blessed with oneness, with true reality, and pure formless oneness of perfect love. My source, which is the only source of the whole, is myself, forever one with me. Any thoughts about that?
It's just being one with source, and as you say, everyone is, as it says, everyone is my companion. So we're all one, together, all one with perfect love.
Yeah, the only source of the whole. That is myself, forever one with me. So it's a pointer, direct pointer into oneness. That I am one with the source is one with me, and this is myself. Myself, my source, my true reality, pure formless awareness of perfect love, all merges into one. It's one experience in the end. I have one singular experience, and that is reality. Now, anything else, any alternate ideas, experience, well, this is the illusion, which just needs to be seen for what it is and let go of. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on the lesson? Shall we do a meditation on it then? And then I'm happy to carry on and do some text, but if you feel like you need to drop off after that, literally, then do. Kim, I know it's 10:30 your time, so if you want to do the med as a pre-bed kind of wind down, then that's fine. John, are you keen to stay on and do some text, or Elaine? I know Elaine, you normally want to go to bed around this time. So should we do a 20-minute meditation, and then we'll see. I'm I've got some text if anyone wants to, but it is 13 paragraphs, so it'll take us probably till midnight. Okay, so let's close the med. Yeah, we're 1 o'clock your time, so it's probably too late. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable into your favorite meditation posture. Sitting feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap or have your hands out, palms facing upwards on your thighs. Close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in. Just noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Self move air in through the nostrils. You clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Just draw the energy up the spine, to the crown of your head. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Just, pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile, scan your mind. Just noticing any thoughts, any emotions, particularly anything that is not trusting. If you're not trusting your brothers, companions, this world, you're not trusting yourself, not trusting life. Just notice that, breathe into it. It's nice. Deep inhale breath, you breathe in this essence of love and trust. And remind yourself that I am not a body. I am free. I am still as perfect love extends me. And you feel that extension in your mind, in your heart. Feel it in your heart center as you breathe in. Breathe this loving awareness into your heart. Put one hand in your heart center. I'm not a body. I'm free. I'm still as perfect love extends me. And so I trust my brothers. I trust my companions who are one with me. And just exhale and let go of any mistrust, untrusting feelings, thoughts, emotions. Just let it all go. Blow it out with the breeze of your breath. The nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest. Rest in peace. Stillness. Say, I'm not a body. I am free. Breathe in, just feel the freedom. Right now in your mind, in your heart. I'm not a body, I'm free, for I'm still as perfect love extends me. And feel that extension, that loving awareness. It's present in your mind, in your heart. your energy system. I'm still as perfect love extends me. I'm not a body. I'm free. I'm still. I remain and I am still quiet, peaceful, as perfect love extends me in stillness, extends me in the quietness and the stillness of its true awareness, pure formless awareness, call it perfect love, is by nature still, as its essence, stillness, and I am in the stillness now, because I am still as it extends me right now. So it wasn't that I was created one time and then that's in the past. So I am extended right now. I'm being extended. Perfect love extends me right now. And so just sink into that realization. There's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. The next couple of minutes of deep silence, just breathe in and out through your nose, relax, and be still. Surrender into the stillness, the quietness. Going deeper into that. Still quiet, calm, empty space. The next couple of minutes of deep silence, sinking deeper and deeper into the stillness. As perfect love extends you for the next 2 minutes of deep silence. Any thoughts seem to come in, stir this deep stillness. Just breathe in, observe them, relax. Remind yourself, I'm not a body. I am free. Right now, I am still as perfect love extends me. And if it's a thought of mistrust, trusting one of your brothers, you say, I trust my brothers. You are one with me. Exhale on the truth of that. Let go of all of your judgment or negativity. Blow it all out. The dark cloud leaving you, it's a black smoke. It's going, gone. And you rest beyond the clouds in the blue sky. As your true awareness and the radiant sun of your source shines through that awareness, enlightening your mind, lifting you up. nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, absolutely nothing else to think about. Just sink into this perfect, loving awareness, free of the body, free of all the limitations of the body, sense perceptions, time and space, and just experience this perfect love extending you right now, the next couple of minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back from this deep connected state. So an awareness of your body and the breath, the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. And noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. So also there in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. Scan your mind. So notice any thoughts and emotions, related body sensations, and just anything that's untoward that you don't want. As he advises us in the review, just remind yourself, I do not want this. This thought I do not want, and I choose instead freedom. Choose peace instead of this. So I'm not a body, I'm free, for I'm still as perfect love extends me right now, and you blow it all out. Count of 2, just exhale, letting all that negative thoughts and emotion go. It's gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you rest. You rest in God, rest in perfect love. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is with you now. So just notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, the feet touching the ground. Even while you stay connected to this deeper awareness, come back into some awareness of the body and the sense perceptions and the world. Notice what you're feeling and touching with your hands. And there's a subtle taste in your mouth, the smell in your nose as you breathe in. And maybe there's sound, so notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment, just noticing all these. And this one's very still, calm, and surrendered state without judgment. Not judgment, you trust your brothers who are one with you. Say that one more time. Say, trust my brothers who are one with me. Trust my companions who are one with me. And say, everyone is my companion. I am blessed with oneness, with true reality and pure, formless awareness of perfect love, my source, which is the only source of the whole that is myself, forever one with me. Repeat those words to yourself. Everyone is my companion. You breathe in. I am blessed with oneness of true reality and pure formless awareness of perfect love. My source, which is the only source of the whole that is myself, forever one with me. And so it is. So staying rooted in this awareness of oneness, of unity, and while you come back into full awareness of your sense perceptions, you're going to open your eyes on the count of 3. Just take a minute to look around, so observing objects in the room around you. Pick any object. Just let your gaze rest on it for a few seconds. Notice how peaceful that awareness is. You're not judging it or naming it or labeling it. this underlying peaceful awareness, which is the same awareness as you had when your eyes were closed. So close your eyes again, notice that same feeling, that same awareness. Open your eyes, look at something else. Same awareness, close your eyes. As you close your eyes, notice the same awareness. Do that just for another 2 or 3 things. A few seconds, open your eyes, notice the awareness, close your eyes, notice that awareness. And so you're training your mind that this is all the same awareness. Starting to realize that there's only one awareness. And that awareness is always the same. It doesn't change irrespective of what seems to be going on in the dream. Once you're rooted in that awareness, that loving awareness becomes yourself, and that awareness then resides as you, and the other awareness of insanity is gone, which is what this whole course is about, training your mind to accomplish. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. So thank you, Elaine. It looks like you'll be leaving. Thanks to Elaine. Kim, if you're leaving us, then thanks for joining, and namaste. I hope to see you soon. Join us on Sunday if you want.
Namaste. Thanks, John.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, Thanks, John.
Cheers, Kim.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
All right, so just us, John, doing the late shift. Do you want to do some text?
Yeah, we can do a bit. Yeah.
Okay. And let's have a look at today's text reading, which is, let's find it for you. We've got quite a lot going on here. I need to close some of this down. Really. Chapter 24. Christ who knew, that was yesterday's. So this one, like salvation from fear. Okay, so this one is section 6 of chapter 24. We're on to salvation from fear, or in our translated language, awakening from fear. Okay, so you want to read the do you prefer reading the original and then the alternative? I think you quite like that, don't you?
Yeah.
No. So do that.
Before your brother's holiness, the world is still, and peace descends on it in gentleness and blessing so complete that not one trace of conflict still remains to haunt you in the darkness of the night. Before my companion's pure forms of awareness, the world is still, and peace descends on it in gentleness and blessing so complete that not one trace of conflict still remains to haunt me in the darkness of the night.
Let's just say the limited awareness of the night would be the limited awareness of the ignorance, or the ignorant. And he's talked a lot about specialness. It's another state of the separate self, my special self. Limited awareness of my ignorant special self. Okay.
He is your savior from the dreams of fear. He is my awakener from the dreams of fear. is the healing of your sense of sacrifice and fear that what you have will scatter with the wind and turn to dust.
I think let's change this to they before my. So make it plural. We avoid the he, him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They are my awakener from the dreams of fear. It is the healing of my sense of sacrifice and fear. It is the healing of my sense of sacrifice and fear that what I have will scatter with the wind and turn to dust. So it's kind of getting a bit of a poetic license here.
My sense of sacrifice and fear that what I have will scatter with the wind and turn to dust. So what I have will just integrate and disappear.
Yeah.
Like that. So we have this because the ego is not real and none of its creations are real. There's this tremendous sense of fear of loss because actually everything that it has invented to replace pure formless awareness of perfect love will disappear. There's nothing here that's permanent or lasting. So the sense of sacrifice and fear is built into the egoic structure from the very beginning. You know, if you look at our diagram again, you can see that very clearly. So the idea of separation leads to the idea of a loss automatically, because in order to be a separate self and have this special identity, I must have lost pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's based on the idea of sacrifice and loss from core principles. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Which is why we can never escape sacrifice and loss in this world, because that's the bedrock on which the identity that made this world is built. And that's why the world is the world of scarcity and loss. And why we fear that if we identify with the ego, it's inevitable that we are going to lose what we value. Okay, so my assurance.
In him is your assurance God is here and with you now. My assurance that pure formless awareness of perfect love is here is in me, is in them and with me now. While he is what he is, you can be sure that God is knowable and will be known to you. While it is what it is,
They are.
Yeah, while they are what they are, I can be sure that pure formless awareness of perfect love is knowable and will be known to me.
No, for it could never leave.
Or he could never leave his own creation. Or it could never leave its own extension.
Capitalize that, shall we? Well, the sign that this is so.
And the sign that this is so lies in your brother, offered you that all your doubts about yourself may disappear before His holiness. And the sign that this is so lies in my companion, offered me that all my doubts about myself may disappear before his pure formless awareness. Before its pure formless awareness.
There, yeah, it's plural.
Oh, there, yes. See in him God's creation.
Yeah, I just finish it and I'll do the last two. The last two together.
Okay. For in him his Father waits for your acknowledgement that he created you as part of him. See in him perfect love's extension. For in him his source waits for my acknowledgement that it extended me as part of itself.
I perceive in them perfect love's extension, or I perceive perfect love's extension in them. That's a better way of saying it. Or in
them, its source waits for my acknowledgement that it extended me as part of itself.
Or their source
waits
for my acknowledgement, extended me as part of itself. No, I think we just keep it that way. In them, their source waits for my acknowledgement. That it extends me as part of itself. Yeah. So I see them as one with me. They must be one with the same extension, and this is my acknowledgement that it extends me as part of itself. As I see my brothers, so I see myself, which is one of the, as we know, one of the core principles of the whole course. Okay, so any thoughts on that? What's he saying in paragraph 1?
Saying that as we witness, as we choose to see the perfection in our brothers, we meet with the peace within us. We meet with peace within ourselves and realize that there is nothing to be of concern in this illusion. Because they are reminding us that we cannot, that we are, that they are reminding us that we are in fact immortal.
Yeah, as we see them, we see ourselves. We see, that they are perfect love's extension, then we must be that too. So simple, really. Such a simple teaching, but to practice it in the face of the ego is the challenge. Okay, so happy with that.
Yeah.
Moving on to number 2 then.
Without you, there would be a lack in God, a heaven incomplete, a son without a father. Without me, there would be a lack in pure formless awareness of perfect love, the state of pure formless awareness, incomplete, and an extension without a source.
I think that needs a would be. When you say would be again, or sort of read okay if we just take the one would be to apply to the others.
I think it does apply to the others, actually, yeah.
Yeah, state of pure formless. It would. Let me just read it again. Read it again. Let's see if it
Without me,
works.
there would be a lack in pure formless awareness of perfect love, the state of pure formless awareness incomplete, and an extension without the source. Yeah, it does read better with a.
It needs another would be, and state of pure form would be incomplete, and
An extension
there would be an extension without a source.
There could be no universe and no reality. There could be no true reality. But what God wills is whole and part of him because his will is one. But what God wills is whole and part of him because his will is one. But what pure formless awareness of perfect love wills is whole and part of it becomes and part of it because its awareness is one.
Should read that again. For what pure formless awareness, perfect love
What
wills
pure formless awareness
is whole,
is whole,
and part of it,
part of it,
because its awareness is one. Okay, yes, that makes sense. His will is one. So it's a translation of his will is one. It's because its awareness is one, but that makes sense. Makes sense to you?
No, I'm still struggling with that one. But what pure formless awareness of perfect love wills is whole and part of it. Is whole and part of it because its awareness is one.
Yeah. So the first part is read it like that.
But what
That's
pure formless
statement.
awareness of perfect love wills is whole and part of it.
And then because those two things are true.
Yeah, okay.
Wills is whole and part of it
Because
its awareness or his will is one because its awareness is one. Well, if its awareness is one, then what it wills must be whole and part of it because there's only one awareness.
Yeah.
Oh, because his will is one, its awareness is one. Oh.
Nothing alive that is not part of him, and nothing is. And hold on a second again. Nothing alive that is not part of him, and nothing is but is alive in him.
Oh, that's classic course.
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
So let's see if we can do a better job in the translation.
Yeah. Nothing alive is not part of this awareness, and everything that has life lives in this awareness. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So simpler. That actually not a complete sentence. Nothing alive that is not part of him. It needs another is there really. Nothing is alive that is not part of him.
Yeah.
And nothing is but is alive in him.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's he actually saying? Well, nothing translated, nothing alive is not part of this awareness, and everything that has life lives in this awareness. Everything alive, maybe everything. Might be better. Everything alive lives in this awareness. Because that's what gives its life. It would have no life if it weren't for this awareness. Which is self-evident to the Holy Spirit. Well, yes, obviously there's an awareness that is completely inexplicable. You can't explain it in terms of anything else, can you? Where does life come from? Well, it just is. So you can't attempt to explain, what scientific materialists do, is say that life comes from the brain. The ridiculous proposition is that consciousness is a product of brain function. So they're making the cause into the effect effect into cause. They're inverting things. Actually, the truth is awareness, consciousness, as we know, has split off, and it, out of that consciousness of separation, it's created the body and the world. So the consciousness is primary. It's not a product of physical. It's the cause of the physical. Consciousness of a separate self. But you see, that then leads you to, well, then what's beyond consciousness? That leads you beyond the idea of separation, which the ego doesn't want. So it tries to keep you in this illusion that actually consciousness is some kind of product of brain function, and therefore an effect and not a cause, because then you can't change your mind. Oh, well, I'm a product of my brain function, so how can I change my mind then? See? I don't even have a mind. If I define myself in that way, I don't even have a mind. Consciousness is an accidental byproduct of brain function. Whereas if I accept that, there's only one awareness that's behind all life, and I am one with this awareness, then I can absolutely change my mind, and I can accept this awareness into my own awareness, and that is the merging of the Father with the Son. Which is so simple, really. You think, like, how can we have avoided this for so long? But that's the crazy, insane dream we've lived it so long. It's like we avoided the simple truth. Okay, so number 5.
Yep, number 5. Without you, there would be a lack in God, a heaven incomplete, a son without.
Have we not just read that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's done.
Yeah. Your brother's holiness shows you that God is one with him and you. That what he has is yours because you are not separate from him, nor from his Father. My companion's pure formless awareness shows me that pure formless awareness of perfect love is one with itself and me, so that what he has is mine because I am not separate from him nor from his source.
Yes, let's make that plural. My companions, pure formless awareness, or they pure formless awareness of my companions shows me that pure formless awareness of perfect love is one with itself and me. That what he has, what they have is mine, because I'm not separate from them, nor from. Did you say I'm not separate nor, or I'm not separate or? Does this a few times.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm not separate from them nor from their source, or do you?
I would prefer no. I would prefer no.
Would you? I'm not separate from them nor from them from their source. Is that common practice? To say I'm not separate from them or from their source, nor from their source, rather than or from their source.
And actually, now I think I prefer or. Actually, yeah.
I'm not separate from them,
or neither from their source.
Yeah. Let's ask. Shall we ask? We'll ask Bing. So where's the? There's a way of doing a chat here. Bing, that's what I want. Chat. There we go. You are right. Not separate from them, nor from their source, or not separate from them or their source. See what it says. So it's quite, this is AI, it's intelligent, it just goes, it goes. Let's see. Use either nor or in your sentence. However, nor is a negative conjunction is used when something is missing. And use nor in a pair with the word neither. Yeah. Also a few other ways to use. On the other hand, or is a positive conjunction and use when something does occur. I hope this helps. So neither nor, that's common. It is not nor. Not nor. I suppose from that logic we should say not nor. What do you think?
Not nor sounds clumsy.
And not separate from them or from their source. Oh.
I think either or no, John, feels okay.
So neither, I could say, I'm neither separate from them. How about that? That's better. I'm neither separate from them nor from their source. That's better. Or we say not separate from them or their source. I think, which do you prefer?
I'm neither separate from them nor. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, neither nor works, definitely.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Not nor doesn't really
neither
work.
separate from them nor from their source. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do neither nor rather than not or. Okay. So what's he saying in this one? Paragraph 2. You muted, John. So you know.
Sorry. Yeah. So he's saying that without us, pure formless awareness is incomplete and unity is lacking. Because and by joining with our companions, we bear witness to this unity, this sense of completeness.
And that life, I think a key point here is life. All life is part of this awareness.
Yeah.
So I'm an extension of this life. Without me, there would be some kind of lack, something would be missing. And there could be no true universe in reality because I would be disconnected from my source. It's not possible. But what pure formless awareness of perfect love wills is whole and part of it because its awareness is one. So if I split myself off and I say, well, I'm separate from that, then I'm denying, this true universe and reality, which is one, which is kind of the whole, that's what the ego's done. Now we're in this, other reality, which is split off and makes no sense. We got stuck in that. Everything alive is part of this awareness, because this awareness is what gives it life. Instead of nothing alive is not part of this awareness, everything alive is part of this awareness. And everything alive lives in this awareness. And that's very straightforward. And then the pure formless awareness of my companion shows me that pure formless awareness of perfect love is one with itself and me. Because it's in them and it's in me, so that what they have is mine, because I'm neither separate from them nor from their source. No, we are one in the same source. Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Happy to move on.
Yep, happy to move on.
Number 3. Nothing is lost to you in all the universe.
Nothing is lost to you in all the universe. Nothing is lost to me in the universe of truth.
True. How about universe of true reality? Because
Nothing.
when he says the universe, he actually doesn't mean this universe. But it's very confusing because they put a small u.
Yeah, yeah.
So then you're like, okay, well, if you're talking about the other reality, it should be capitalized.
Yeah.
It's in the same order as God, spirit, etc. So why aren't you capitalizing that? Because then you misinterpret it as, oh, well, maybe they mean the physical universe, but they don't at all. He never makes mention of the physical universe. The universe is this other universe. It's another name for the level 1 reality. It's another name for, God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness. So it should be capitalized, but it's not. So anyway, I can imagine editing this. It must have been quite hectic.
Yeah, well, it must have been.
Hours and hours. I mean, it must have taken them months to do. They
Yeah.
sat down with this, and then they're going through it, and you can imagine they just missed stuff. It's like, okay, well, we didn't capitalize that. And spirit is another odd one. They don't capitalize spirit.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you capitalize that? That's an error. It's an error in the editing, clearly. It needs to be corrected, in my view. I mean, the Foundation for Inner Peace will probably say no. We'll keep it as it is because it was correct in its original form. But I think it was an error that's just then, been made true. So it doesn't really make sense. Anyway, that's why we're doing the translation, I guess, because you can correct those kind of things. Okay, so nothing is lost to me in the universe of true reality.
Nothing that God created has He failed to lay before you lovingly as yours forever. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has extended everything it's ever extended lovingly to me as mine forever.
Yeah.
And no thought within his mind is absent from your own. And every thought within its mind is in my own. It is his will you share his love for you and look upon yourself as lovingly as he conceived of you before the world began, and as he knows you still. It is its intention I share its love for me and look upon myself as lovingly as it conceived of me before the world began, and as it knows me still.
Intention or will? What do you think? Translated will as intention there.
Yeah, I'm okay with both, actually.
His will, you share his love for you. It is its intention. Yeah, keep it. It is its intention I share its love for me and look upon myself as lovingly as it conceived of me before the world began, and as it knows me still, because I'm still its extension. Number 5.
God changes not his mind about his Son with passing circumstances, which has no meaning in eternity where he abides, and you with him.
Yeah.
Scroll down a bit, John, please.
Sorry.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not change its mind about its extension with passing circumstances that have no meaning in eternity, where I live with them or with it.
No, make that passing circumstances that have no meaning. Now, eternity again, that should really be capitalized, shouldn't it? Because you're talking about another capital E. Same, it's the same order as pure formless awareness of perfect love or mind or universe. So no wonder people get confused.
Yeah, that's right.
Where am I? You know, which is capitalized, which is smaller. It's level confusion. So the capitalization just helps to make it a bit clearer, I think. I have no meaning in eternity where I live with it. Okay. Last one.
Your brother is as he created him. And it is this that saves you from a world that he created not. It extended my companion as he is in truth. And recognizing this will awaken me from a world that it did not extend.
And he created, no, I think maybe created might be better there.
Yeah.
A world that it did not create.
Yeah.
The ego miscreated it. It's a miscreation. Stands my companions as they are in truth, recognizing this must awaken me. Because if I see them in their truth, then I must see myself. And over he hammers that message home. You know, we awaken through our perception, correct perception of our brothers, our companions. If we see them amiss, wrongly, then we perceive ourselves wrongly. Which is why, you know, I trust my brothers who are one with me, because they are still one self with me, irrespective of what they think they are on this level. So what's he saying in summary, number 3?
It's saying that is reaffirming that we are one with God, and that we are one with God as are our companions, and this is true no matter what happens. We remain connected at one.
As I perceive them, I perceive myself. So I see them as the extension of perfect love, and I see myself as that. And it does, key point, it does not change its mind about its extension with passing circumstances that have no meaning in eternity. It doesn't matter what seems to happen on this timeline of consciousness. You go above the battleground, and all of these events that seem to happen here are meaningless in eternity, which is above the time-space continuum. It's completely unaffected. So it's what he means when you go above the battleground. You look at all of that and you go, well, I'm still okay. I'm safe in this awareness, even as I look upon the suffering and the devastation that goes on in the battleground. That is this world. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 3?
No, it's very nice, actually. It's very nice.
Okay. Moving swiftly on to number 4 then.
Forget not that the healing of God's Son is all the world is for. Do not forget that the healing of perfect love's extension is all the world is for.
Yeah, remember, we're personalizing it, so I will not, I think should.
I will not forget that the healing of extension is all. That is the only purpose the Holy Spirit sees in it, and thus the only one it has. That is the only purpose the remembrance of perfect love perceives in it, and therefore the only one it has in truth. Until you see the healing of the Son as all you wish to be accomplished by the world, by time and all appearances, you will not know the Father nor yourself. Until I want only for the healing of the extension of perfect love to be accomplished by the world, by time and all appearances, I will not know. I will not know the source nor myself. Until I want only for the healing nor myself. For you will use the world for what is not its purpose, and will not escape its laws of violence and death. For then I will use the world for a false purpose, and will not escape its laws of violence and death. Yet it is given you to be beyond its laws in all aspects, in every way, in every circumstance. Yet I can transcend its laws in all respects, in every way, in every circumstance, in all temptation to perceive what is not there, and all belief, pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension can suffer pain because he sees himself as he is not.
Remember itself as
It is not.
okay. What's he?
So he's saying that here that he's encouraging us to not forget that perfect love's extension is always with us, is always part of our, is our essence. No matter what happens in the illusion. And we can transcend all misperceptions by remembering this.
All temptation to perceive what's not there. So he's saying really that the only purpose of the world is the healing. So I want only for the healing, the extension of perfect love to be accomplished by the world. Time and all appearances. So this is the one purpose. Is healing, awakening, at one-ment, whatever you want to call it. I will not know the source nor myself. Then I will use the world for what is not its purpose. Not escape its laws of violence and death. And I can transcend its laws in all respects, in every way, in every circumstance, in all temptation, perceiving what is not there, in all belief, perfect love's extension can suffer pain because it sees itself as it is not. Which is very encouraging. It doesn't matter what the temptation is, it doesn't matter what goes on here in the linear timeline, in the battleground. Above it, it's clear blue sky. It's perfect. It's okay. Another analogy would be on the surface of the ocean. It can be stormy and turbulent and choppy, but then you just go a few meters below and everything's quiet, peaceful. Doesn't matter what's going on the surface or on the battleground. Okay, happy with number 4, John?
Yep. Look
Okay.
Look on your brother and behold in him the whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. See in his freedom yours, for such it is.
You can read this one in alternative. There's not much to translate. Just the last couple.
Okay. Perceive in my companion the whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. I perceive in my companion the whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. I perceive my freedom as it is, or it is, or so it is.
See my freedom. Let's make it my companions. So I perceive in my companions. I think actually companions is good because it just means it's plural. He always uses the singular, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But nice. Actually, he means everyone. So why not just state it as everyone? Perceive in all my companions.
Yeah.
The whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. Perceive my freedom in theirs, and then we also avoid the masculine feminine split. Perceive my freedom in theirs, for so it is.
I do not let my companions of their specialness obscure the truth in them, for I will not escape one law of death I hold them to. And every sin I perceive in them keeps me in victimhood, keeps me also in victimhood.
Keeps us both.
Oh, keeps us.
Yeah.
Keeps us. Oh.
It's translated. Us to me, because I told it to do it in first person. Singular.
Yet will their perfect sinlessness. Yet will their perfect sinlessness release us both. For holiness is quite impartial, with one judgment made for all it looks
upon. So yet their perfect innocence will release us both. Pure formless awareness is quite impartial, one judgment made for all it perceives. Yeah. So there's only one judgment, which is it's not real. What we see here is unreal. It's all in the same order of reality. And this judgment is not made in isolation. But through the voice that speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love in everything that loves and shares its being. Okay, so what's he saying here?
So he's saying that he's saying the same thing in the whole in all of it, isn't he? He's saying that through perceiving our companions, by perceiving by seeing the perfection in our companions, we bear witness to the truth in them and ourselves, and reinforce that death is impossible, and there is no sin or possible belief in separation or victimhood.
Yeah, keeps us both in. So that in hell, I mean the original is hell. So hell is victimhood, and then I thought we can add in, just to make the picture complete, suffering. So hell is the joint. I'm in victimhood. That's my internal program. That would be on the interior level, and then suffering. I'd experience. I'm still suffering in my own mind, but often I experience, physical suffering and circumstances that seem to make me suffer. But it's because of the victimhood that I'm suffering. Okay.
Yeah. I perceive in my companions the whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. I perceive in my companions the whole reversal of the laws that seem to rule this world. I perceive my freedom in theirs, so it is. I will not let their specialness obscure the truth in them, for I will not escape one law of death I hold to them. I hold them too.
How about to which I hold them, maybe?
Yes, to which I hold them. And every sin I perceive in them keeps us both in victimhood and suffering. Yet their perfect innocence will release us both. The pure form's awareness is quite impartial, with one judgment made for all it perceives. And this judgment is not made in isolation, but through the voice that speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love in everything that lives and shares its being.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Happy with that? Did you summarize? I think you did.
I did, yeah. Yeah.
Move on to number 6.
Yeah. Shall we just go straight to the alternative?
Okay, right to that. Christ will be true self. God will be pure formless awareness of perfect love. And those are and holiness is pure formless awareness.
So true perception can perceive perfect love's innocence. Those who perceive truly perceive its loveliness in everything. And they look for perfect love everywhere and perceive it in every sight, place, and time. The perfect frame for my awakening and the world's is within my companion's pure formless awareness and in its presence. I
Yeah.
I will remember this awareness in which I and my companions live. I do not let my perception be limited by the veil of specialness that hides the face of my true self from both of us. And I do not let the fear of perfect love prevent me from perceiving the truth in my companions and myself.
Maybe just say I do not or I will not.
Oh yeah, I will not. Yeah.
I will not, because then it's like an intention for the future. He's giving us instruction. He's saying do not let, but
Yeah.
if I internalize that, it's like, okay, I will not.
Yeah.
Let my perception be limited by the veil of specialness and hides the face of my true self. Both of us.
And I do not let the fear of perfect love prevent me from perceiving the truth in my companions and myself. My companion's body do not show me my companion's body does not show me my true self. My true self lies within is pure. My true self lies within their pure formless awareness. My companion's bodies
Himself lies within their holiness. Within or in lies in, I think it might be better. Within, in their pure formless awareness. Yeah, so I think just read it from the top again. Just make sure we go to the translation and then do a quick summary.
True perception can perceive perfect love's innocence. Those who perceive truly perceive its loveliness in everything. And they look for perfect love everywhere and perceive it in every sight, place, and time. The perfect frame for my and the world's awakening is within my companion's pure formless awareness and in its presence. I will remember this awareness in which I and my companions live. I will not let my perception be limited by the veil of specialness that hides the face of my true self from both of us. And I will not let the fear of perfect love prevent me from perceiving the truth in my companion and myself. My companions' bodies do not show me my true self. My true self lies in their pure formless awareness.
What's he saying here?
It's saying that that my true perception of my companions and reality with a capital R will enable me to see through all. Will enable me to see the beauty in everything and everyone. And I will no longer see imperfection.
The veil of specialness, it hides the face of my true self. How about instead of face? Identity, my true self in both of us. And of our true self, maybe would be better. Fear of perfect love prevent me from perceiving the truth in my companion and myself. Companion's bodies obviously don't show me their true self. My true self lies in their pure formless awareness. So it lies within, not without. If I perceive the body, if I perceive sin, then I won't see it. But if I look correctly, if I perceive correctly, I have to see beyond the veil of specialness, the loveliness that's really there, which must be my own loveliness. So again, as I see them, I see myself. Okay, number 7.
Choose then his body, or should we just go straight to the alternative?
Yeah, I think so. You're getting tired.
I am a bit, yeah.
It's like speed things up. We're not doing badly though, because we've been going an hour and we've done
Yeah, we're on
so
number
that's
7.
about 10 minutes a paragraph, which isn't a bad pace.
Choose then his body or his pure formless awareness as what I want to perceive, and which I choose is mine to perceive. Yes, I choose then. It's his. I choose then.
Let's put therefore. Therefore, I choose. He puts then sometimes in the middle of the sentence. It's a bit clumsy. I think it's better at the beginning from a sentence construction point of view. Therefore, I choose his body. Choose their body.
Therefore, choose their body or their pure formless awareness as what I want to perceive, and which I choose is mine to perceive. Yet, until I choose only the truth consistently, I will continue to need to choose in countless situations in time that seem to go on forever.
That seem or that seems?
Seem.
Situation, countless situations, and through time that seems to have no end, right? Time seems to have no countless situations in time. The time that seems, that's correct. Time seems to have no end. Seems to go on forever.
Yeah.
Which is this picture of the world, isn't it? So I've got to keep choosing in all these situations that present themselves, and it goes on and on and on until I choose the truth consistently. If I keep choosing truth sometimes and illusion sometimes, then I'm not making any kind of clear choice, and the illusion of this conflicted world just keeps going for a long time. I mean, if we believe the cosmologists, they're saying it's 13.8 billion years. That's a tremendously long time to be lost in a dream, isn't it? It's like, oh my goodness. That's so maybe it's time to wake up now.
Yeah. Where do we get to? Number 3. For I will not regain eternity by denying again that my true self lives in them. And where is my awakening if they are only a body?
I mean, let's make that freedom.
Yes.
Where is my freedom?
Is my freedom if they are only a body? Where is my peace except in their pure formless awareness? And where is pure formless awareness of perfect love itself, but in that part of itself it included forever in my companion's pure formless awareness, so that I might perceive the truth about myself, expressed at last in terms I recognized and understood.
Okay, where is pure formless awareness? So what's he saying here? Summary.
So he's saying that once I completely accept the perfection of my brothers, my companions, and no longer see them in any way imperfect, at that time I will understand and realize my own perfection, or reaffirm my own perfection, and gain peace.
Whereas my peace, except, remember the holiness is the pure formless awareness. So it's the translation. Whereas my peace, except in that state, that awareness, that's where my peace lies. That's where their peace lies. Where is pure formless awareness? But in that part of itself, and included forever in my companions. Pure formless awareness, so that I might perceive truth about myself expressed at last, terms I recognized and understood. It's a long sentence, but okay. Any other thoughts on that?
No,
So
it's good.
Saying, yeah, a very simple message. You know, I will awaken as I perceive my brothers. I perceive them as whole and pure, and they are innocent and they are in pure formless awareness. Then I perceive myself as that, and as I perceive myself as that, I accept my true identity back that I've denied. Expressed at last in terms I recognized and understood. So I think, you know, this is the key, the very, very much the key methodology of the course is this perception of your brothers.
Yeah.
The forgiving perception, perception that comes from letting go, and you perceive them correctly, and then you heal your own mind. And that I'd say is the absolutely the essence of what he's teaching us. Which is why the focus is on, you know, relationships and transforming special relationships into holy ones, because he understands how important this is. And this is where the split happens. So it's very easy to say, well, oh yes, I accept God, I love God, but then I don't love his extensions. So now I perceive, you know, other people as somehow sinful and guilty and evil, and well, that splits your mind. Then you don't love God because you've actually got something else going on in your mind. This is why Yeshua said, you know, there's two commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul. So that's connect with your own deeper awareness, translated into our own pure formless awareness of perfect love, translated into our language. And then secondly, love your brothers as yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. Because he understood that if you didn't do the second, you weren't doing the first. You were actually denying the first if you denied the second. You had to do both. And many teachings, many religions have taught that you can do one and not the other. You can somehow love God and not your brothers. Earlier this year, I encountered someone who's like, "Well, you're not of God. I don't love you, but I love God." I'm like, "Well, you can't really do that. You don't understand."
Yeah,
you know,
it comes up with that so often in the course, doesn't it?
Yeah, with this teaching, you know, he's telling us over and over, and he's saying this is the way you're going to wake up. You need to perceive your companions correctly, otherwise you'll never wake up. You'll keep believing in sin and guilt because you'll perceive it in your brothers, and you'll think that it is in your brothers, and not in you. So you project your guilt onto them, and then they're the ones who are bad and sinful. They're the ones who are going to be punished. But you've just made it real, and you've actually crucified yourself, because by that standard, then so are you guilty. You're just not necessarily consciously aware of it.
I drove down from the Lake District this afternoon, and down the M1, well, down the M6 actually, and then the A40. But all the service stations, they're just full of people, eating garbage, talking garbage, looking like garbage.
And yet you have to see the Christ in them. That's
you do, yeah.
Okay, so they're not aware of their holiness.
Yeah.
But underlying it, all of that, they are holy. But it requires a lot of mind training to see that.
It does.
Because you just look at them and you say, oh my God, it's just like, what? How can this be holy?
Yeah.
Well, it's not. It's a denial of that. This is what the denial of your true self leads to, is a world like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can still perceive, underlying that, they are all just this pure awareness that's waiting to be liberated, to be awakened to that. And some will in this life, and most won't. But the key thing is how you perceive it. That's what Yeshua's saying. How you perceive it is critical. Yeah. Forget about them, or the great unwashed masses, and they're all asleep. How do you perceive them? That's the key thing, because you're in control of that. You're not in control of their awakening and their choices in life, but you can control how you perceive it and perceive them, and that's the key point that he's making, and he's hammering home, saying, okay, we'll perceive them correctly and do the correction. So you're driving, and you stop and you see, and instead of judging them, going, God, these people are so, vulgar and asleep and whatever other judgment, you correct that and you say, no, they're just asleep. They don't know who they are. But like underneath this, they still have life. They have the same awareness that I'm aware of right now, and you can drop into that awareness, and you can experience it, in the most unconscious places, like service stations. You can still see the holiness in them.
Yeah.
Because it's a choice.
Yeah.
You've got to make a choice and correct your mind. So hopefully you did that. But if not, then you'll get another service station. Won't you? That's how it goes. There's another opportunity.
I certainly did it with the traffic. It did seem to help with the traffic, actually.
It did. Oh, that's good. So, they present you then with these endless opportunities. As he's saying, it goes on and on and on until you choose correctly.
Yeah.
So you stop condemning all of it, and then you go, actually, I bless it, and I see the truth in it. Then it will end. Then you won't have to do service stations anymore, because there are no service stations with a whole lot of unconscious people feeding garbage into themselves in heaven. That doesn't exist there. I know what you mean. You just like, oh my God.
Shouting.
Yeah, I know. Noise, and you just kind of. But that's just your that's your lesson then for the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, can you go into the service station or service stations and apply this? And not judge it as real. Because what the ego is trying to always do is get you to judge it as real. Go, oh my God, it's just appalling. I can't believe it's so noisy, and there's all these people feeding their faces, and they're vulgar. It's very tempting, especially if you go on a spiritual path, to go, oh, these people are so asleep, and I'm so enlightened because I'm so above it. See, that's how it goes. I'm kind of the awakened, enlightened one, but actually, if you're judging them, then you're not at all.
No, you're not.
No.
Yeah.
Someone once said that he's a course teacher, and he said he was at a party. He said this guy walked in, and he made a comment to his friend. He said, "Oh, that person's so judgmental." And then he realized, he went, hang on, what have I just done? Who's being judgmental? I've just been judgmental, and I'm judging that person for being judgmental, and I'm exactly the one who's being judgmental. So, look in the mirror. Fortunately, because he'd studied the course, he realized his error immediately and sort of laughed. But that's what we do.
Yeah.
So just not to judge. You don't actually have a judgment on it. Ideally, in a situation like that, there's no commentary in the mind. You don't go, oh my God, these people are so asleep, or they're feeding their faces with crap, or they're very noisy, and why doesn't that person keep their child quiet? And you don't do any of that. The mind is just quiet, still.
Yeah.
It's just like, actually, I'm at peace. I'm not judging any of it. I'm at peace, and I walk through the chaos of the ego, and I'm the Christ at peace. And it really doesn't. None of it bothers me. And I can go and I can get myself a coffee, and I can fill up with fuel and go to the toilet, and I can do all of that in peace.
Yeah.
And then I've learned the lesson, haven't I?
Yeah.
Then I'm in the world, but not of it. So yeah. I'm above the battleground. I'm above the scrum. And, those who have the eyes to see would see, okay, some person's a bit different. There's a bit of a different energy about you. But most people wouldn't even notice, because they're so busy with their, whatever they're busy with, that they're completely oblivious. So you walk as the Christ amongst the ignorant, and they don't even know it. They don't see it, but you see them. That's the most important point.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 8.
My companion's pure forms of awareness is my companion's pure forms of awareness is sacrament and benediction to me. Their errors cannot withhold pure forms of awareness of perfect love's blessing from them.
Can we make that blessing and benediction? Sacrament is old-fashioned. Blessing and benediction to me. I think sacrament does. Well, let's just check. Just check that. Tell sacrament. Sacrament meaning. Okay. But it's a bit slower than some of these tasks. So religious ceremony or ritual regarded as imparting divine grace, such as baptism, the Eucharist, and penance, anointing of the sick, and also referred to consecrated elements of the Eucharist, especially the bread or host. I hope this helps. So it's a religious ceremony that's typically a blessing, isn't it? Imparting divine grace, such as baptism. So get out of this one is sacrament is blessing and benediction, or grace and benediction?
Oh, grace.
Right? Like grace and benediction to me.
Yes. So my companion's pure formless awareness is grace and benediction to me. That's nice. Their errors cannot withhold pure formless awareness of perfect love's blessing from them, nor from me who perceive them truly. Their mistakes can cause delay. Only I can take these from. Their mistakes can cause delay. Only I can take these from them by letting go of my misperceptions about them, so that
that should be but. Again, that's the AI doing it. It just decides to change that.
Their mistakes can cause delay, but I can take these from them by letting go of my perceptions about them, or just my perceptions, so that both of us may end a journey that that never began and needs no end in truth.
No, was never begun. Was never began. And needs no end in truth.
What never was is not a part of me. Yet I will think it is until I realize that it is not a part of anyone who stands beside me. My companion is the mirror of myself in whom I perceive the judgment I have made on both of us. My true self perceives their pure formless awareness. My specialness looks on their body, and does not see it.
Yeah, let's read that from the top again. I think it's a bit sort of
my companion's pure formless awareness is grace and benediction to me.
Let's change that to the pure formless awareness of my companions.
Yes. The pure formless awareness of my companions is grace and benediction to me. Their errors cannot withhold pure formless awareness of perfect love's blessing from them, nor from me who perceive them truly. Their mistakes can cause delay, but I can take these from them by letting go of my misperceptions about them, so that both of us may end a journey that never began and needs no end in truth. What never was is not part of me, is not a part of me. Yet I will think it is until I realize that it is not a part of anyone who stands beside me. My companion is the mirror of myself in whom I perceive the judgment I have made on both of us.
That's a great line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Companion is the mirror of myself, in whom I perceive the judgments I've made on both of us. So you see in the mirror these, unconscious, ignorant, loud, uncouth, vulgar people, and you're just judging yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
So what do you want to see? Do you want to see that reflection in the mirror? Or do you want to overlook that erroneous, it's a false reflection in the mirror of the world, and look underneath it, look deeper, and see that they are all the same awareness as you are, which is pure formless awareness. It has no form, they are not bodies, and you can connect with that awareness then directly in your own awareness.
Yes.
And stay in that awareness. But it takes a tremendous mind training, doesn't it? I mean, you're talking about, it's way beyond what most people understand or capable of.
Yeah.
Unless you've been trained. Because it's like, well, hang on, your senses tell you, there I am, and you see these people doing this, like, well, there it is. Obviously, that must be real. It requires this kind of, high level mind training to go, no, it's not real. It's all false. And if you see it as real, then you delude yourself and you confuse yourself and you enslave yourself into an identity that is not you. And you think you're a special self, you think you're a body, you think you can be attacked and hurt and suffer and die, and that all comes with your judgment of those people. So if you understand that, then you just wouldn't do it, would you? Like, that's just no.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's crazy. I judge those people in any way, shape, or form as not the Christ. I condemn myself to being a special self doomed to suffer and die in a body. Whoa. Okay. Like, I better watch my thoughts then.
Yeah.
I better be God. I better be vigilant, because, I'm stopping at the services, and it doesn't seem like it matters, but it absolutely matters how I think about
It does.
everyone and my experience.
Yeah.
It matters to my eternal salvation.
Yes.
You know? And I'm being tested. I'm being tested here. You know, I can again I can make the choice for heaven or hell in each moment of my experience. So I need to be on my guard. I need to be vigilant. And this is the kind of vigilance he's training us to have. It's a different awareness, isn't it? You're like, okay, I'm going into the services, but actually I'm going and I'm choosing again between heaven and hell, and I'm going to be tested. So it puts a whole different perspective on your little stop at the services for 10 minutes, doesn't it?
It does.
It's like,
there was one stage where I was trying to get out of the car park, and this guy pulled in next to me, and I kind of tried to reverse out, and I just couldn't get out. So I thought, well, I'll just draw forward and tell him I can't get out and smile, and I did. And as soon as I kind of smiled at them, there was two of them. They smiled back and said, "Oh yeah, we'll just move."
yeah. So that, you know, there was a little lesson, because you could have been angry and aggressive.
Yeah.
But you know, then you're choosing hell in that moment. You just chose hell rather than heaven.
Yeah.
So it's so, you know, real time. This is what's happening all the time. You're choosing between heaven and hell.
Yes.
In every perception you have, in every thought you have, in every choice you make, how you perceive anyone, how you react. And it's, I mean, it requires a tremendous mind discipline to do that.
Yeah.
Most people they're totally unconscious of their thoughts, and they just whatever. They just no awareness, no, you know, discipline. Like, hang on, okay, so I've got to control my thoughts here.
Yeah.
What am I thinking? What am I feeling? And that is a responsibility I always have. It's a responsibility unless I'm asleep. It's like when I'm awake. That's it. I'm responsible. I've got to watch. I've got to be vigilant. And I think maybe that's why not many people do this course, because it's like, well, if you're really going to do it, it's asking a lot of you. You've really got to be, you know, on it and vigilant. And you know, the rewards for that are huge. Rewards for that kind of vigilance and awareness are, well, I can actually find peace. I can be happy pretty much consistently. The more vigilant I am, the more, you know, consistent my peace will be. That's the reward. But it takes you know, a very willing, disciplined mind to attain that peace in this world. And most people just no idea. The people I'm staying with, they watch TV endlessly. Just like, what are you doing? Rubbish. Just game shows and violent movies, and it's like, what, you know, just filling your mind with this images, these false images, and the violence and the death, you know, that so many of these programs contain. You're like, what are you watching here? And they don't realize what they're, you know, it's like, but you're choosing hell. You watch this stuff as entertainment. You're watching death and disaster and chaos and murder as entertainment. Really? Is that really what you want to do with your time?
How do they even sleep? I mean,
I don't know. Just like
all that stuff just upsets me.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's
Just
residue in it.
Well, I suppose you just get used to it. You know, the more you watch it, it's like becomes the norm. It's like drinking. You know, well, you know, you just drink a lot every night, and then it's like, well, that becomes the norm. You sort of get used to it, but it just, you know, it can't be good for you. It's just filling your mind with all these images, though we don't have enough images in the world around us. You know, now you fill yourself with all these images on the screen, and they flash faster because, you know, it's all speeded up. image, image, image. It's just like, my goodness, look at what the ego's invented. It's this image making machine called the TV to just project images, on the screen. So instead of, in our Plato's cave, it's now like much more real, isn't it? In Plato's day, they didn't have the technology, but Plato's cave updated would be, well, you're sitting in your living room just watching the screen, thinking that the images are real. And they're not. None of it's real. Yeah, so anyway, fortunately, by doing this mind training, you have some awareness and you can make different choices, better choices, without condemning your brothers. That's the thing. Don't condemn them.
Yeah.
Well, they're just unaware. They haven't awakened yet, and they're doing what the ego's, telling them to do, because that's all they know. Which, once upon a time you did. Once upon a time, I also watched TV. Not for very long in my life. It was when I was growing up and a kid and stuff. But there were times when I'd sit and watch hours of whatever sport or movies, and it's like I just don't do that anymore, because well, what's the point? Just filling my mind with pointless images.
Yeah.
Spending an evening like this is much more engaging, but you have to learn that.
Yeah.
So you think we should market this instead of primetime TV?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Course in Miracles, the next exciting episode. Come and learn. I think it will work, would it?
No, not if you go in competition with it. No.
No, it's because it's a totally different energy, and there's nothing spectacular about it. But it's can bring a lot of peace, which is the whole point. Okay, so where are we? Did we do number 8? Your brother's holy and less. We were some way through it.
Well, we've read it. We've read it.
Okay. You want to summarize it?
Yeah, we didn't summarize it. Well, it's saying that.
That is a great line. I'm just going to clip that out. That's a quotable quote, isn't it?
It is. It's saying that our companions always reflect who we believe, who we think we are, and they may, and if we focus on their mistakes, all we are doing is taking ourselves away from who we really are and causing distraction.
Mm.
And the more we can just go back on go back to their seeing their perfection, the more we bring peace to ourselves and them.
Yeah. You potentially, help them to awaken by perceiving them correctly. They're certainly not going to awaken if you condemn them. That's for sure.
No.
So by holding them in their higher awareness, you might say, well, how's that going to help the masses at the services? Well, apparently it doesn't really very much. But on another level, if more people start to become more aware, that starts to go into the morphic field that we share. Rupert Sheldrake talks about every species has a morphic field, which is really the mind of that consciousness of that species, and we share that. And so as you raise your own vibration, so you spread that, and it sort of happens by osmosis. So you can't make choices for everyone, but you can make your own choice and say, look, I will be the one who wakes up. I will be the example of what it is to be awakened in this world, and show others. And and that's how I choose to live my life, not just for myself. I mean, it's the only functional way to live yourself, but for everyone else as well, because you actually are helping them when you do that. And you're giving the greatest service you can to others when you awaken yourself. That's the intrinsic message of this, isn't it?
Is.
Light and self-interest. You do it for yourself, but you also do it for others because they will benefit directly or indirectly from your, beneficence. And your smile, that would have just lifted those two guys in the car. They would have felt a little bit happier because of that.
Yeah, I think yeah,
that's a simple example of it. They would have gone away with a smile on their face that might have lasted a while and just lifted their mood, rather than, okay, you just spread the thought system of condemnation and attack by giving them a scowl and saying
yeah,
not very nice.
yeah.
So in those little ways, that's how you spreading it. And it can seem overwhelming, the ego just being so dominant in this world, but what else is your choice? You do it in those little moments, or you don't do it. You spread heaven or hell in each moment. So surely you'd rather spread heaven and do your part play your part in that one than otherwise.
Yeah. Actually, we stayed overnight in Doncaster and came down for breakfast in the morning, and the waitress came over, and she was just so giving and funny, and she just had she just lifted both of us. Quite amazing. She was 70 years old, and she was buzzing around, as bright as a button, and quick, quick in her wit. She very, 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 very witty and very funny, actually. I mean, I ordered a green tea, and she said, "Oh yes, but who are you then?" like what sort of health freak are you?
Right.
But in a way that was just
funny,
very, very just funny. You knew she was you knew she was connecting with you.
Yeah. So there was, she was sometimes a bit more awakened.
Yeah.
That was, spirit was coming through there.
Yes.
Yeah, she's quick-witted and she's sharp, and she's actually connecting with humor. She's using humor skillfully to connect with you and lift lift your mood, and so then you see that there are actually people who are awake and awakening in the world. Not everyone is unconscious and asleep. Just seeing that same presence, the same presence she has is in everyone. They're just not necessarily aware of it. They're not as awake to it.
Yeah.
But that was shown to you, as a, okay, well, actually there is awakening in the world. It's not all just the great unwashed masses ignorant. There's people who are kind of connected and tapped in, and they're getting it, and they're sharing that from that true self of theirs. They're sharing that grace with you in their own sort of unique way.
Yeah,
because she's got a special, the specialness that she has. Go, wow, that was quite a special experience, but it's because it's an expression of spirit that it's special.
Yeah.
That's the special function then. That's the Holy Spirit, and she's playing her part in that one moment. That's her special function, obviously, to be a waitress and uplift people.
Yeah.
She probably does it all the time.
Yeah, I think she does. Yeah, she was saying,
well, are you the only exception? Probably not. This is probably what she does.
Yeah. She was saying she has people come back. Doncaster has these horse sales once a year, and a lot of people come over from Ireland, for these sales. And each year they come back and say, "Oh, you're still here." and she has a straight and immediate quip for them, you know.
Yeah.
And they look out for her. You know, they want to see this 70-year-old waitress who is more on the case than they are. You know, she's
yeah. And they'll remember, you know, because she was so sharp, and they'll remember because it makes an impact. So yeah, you know, we can all do that in our own way.
Yeah.
So make an impact on others by living our true self. You know, not everyone is necessarily going to be as quick-witted as her or express it in the same way, but you know, it will come through if you're really in your true self. Then it comes through, and it makes an impact on people. Okay, so where are we? Number 8.
Yeah.
Let's crack on with this. Did we summarize this?
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Okay, number 9.
I perceive him as what he. I perceive my companion as what.
As them.
As what
they really are.
Oh yeah, I perceive them what they really are, so that the time to my deliverance will not be long.
Deliverance, awakening, maybe.
Awakening, yeah. I perceive them as what they really are, so that the time to my awakening will not be long. A senseless wandering without a purpose and without accomplishment of any kind is all the other choice can offer me, is all the other alternative.
Reverse it, we'll say. All the other choice can offer me is.
Yes, all the other choice can offer me is a senseless wandering without purpose and without accomplishment.
And he puts us very well, because we've all been there, haven't we? We've had this sense of being a senseless wanderer in this world. And like, what am I even doing here? So what's actually going on here? We've all had that sense of futility at times in our life. So we know, when he says this, we know the feeling. Senseless wandering without a purpose and without accomplishment of any kind. So you might think you're accomplishing something, but you're actually just wandering, lost in a dream world. In truth, everyone's just wandering around, lost in their dream world. And that's all that's going on here. Thinking that, whatever they're doing is important and has a real meaning and purpose, and actually it doesn't. Until you start awakening.
Yeah.
And then if someone really does awaken, let's say take that waitress as an example, she's fulfilling her true function.
It is.
Because she's spreading love into the world through her role as a waitress. And she does it consistently, day after day, with probably hundreds of clients, and she makes a difference to them.
She does.
And they remember.
Yeah.
And that's her true function in the world. And she knows that, obviously, otherwise she wouldn't be doing the job. Why isn't she retired at 70? Because this is how she expresses her love into the world.
Yeah.
And it obviously inspires her. And that's one of the reasons why she is so bright as a button and inspired, because she's letting the spirit flow through her in her work.
Yeah.
That's her special function. So she's not doing it for the money. She's doing it because it's the expression of the love that inspires her and gives her a sense of meaning and purpose in her life. And then you see that in her, in how she is, and how she behaves, and she may not be aware of all of this consciously, but that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she couldn't be. The ego can't do what she was doing. It's not possible. It's beyond its range.
Yeah.
the ego would twist that, and she might be humorous, but there would be an edge to it, and it would be kind of a little bit of a, you know, sarcasm, a little bit. There would be a nasty edge to it, which wouldn't go down well with a lot of people. Okay, so
yeah. All the other choice can offer me is a senseless wandering without purpose and without accomplishment. Until I have let go of my misperceptions about my companion based on the past, futility of function not fulfilled will haunt me while my companion lies asleep along with me. Until I have let go of my misperceptions about my companions based on the past, the futility of a function not fulfilled will haunt me while my companion lies asleep alongside me.
about while me and my companion lie asleep.
Yeah.
Lie asleep or just are asleep. Haunt me while me and my companion are asleep.
Yeah, yeah. My task is to free both myself and them who condemned ourselves from condemnation.
Let's look at the original.
Yeah.
You condemned himself and you as well, was given you to save from condemnation along with you. So where are we? Number 4. Yeah. So he who read the original, he who condemned himself.
Condemned himself and you as well is given you to save from condemnation along with you.
It's another classic. Of course, sometimes it's just incomprehensible the way he's written it.
Yeah.
Understand what he's saying. He's saying he who condemned himself, so this other person who condemned himself and you as well, is given you. He is given you to save from condemnation.
Yeah.
Along with you. So what you must do is save them from condemnation.
Yeah.
So there's a much better way of saying it. So my task is to free both myself and them who condemned ourselves from condemnation. Does that make sense? So we condemned ourselves, free both myself and them.
Yeah.
So we condemned ourselves from condemnation. That's my translation of that. Rather, what would you call that? I don't know. Complicated, combobulated.
Yeah.
And that's, a sentence like that often just, this is why people struggle with the Course. It's like, oh, wow, what's he saying there?
That sort of sentence puts them to sleep.
Yeah, can't process it. Well, actually, what he's saying isn't complex. It's not a difficult sentence. My task is to free both myself and them who have condemned ourselves from all condemnation. That's quite simple if you just state it correctly. Okay, and both shall perceive.
And both shall perceive pure formless awareness of perfect love's magnificence in its extension, which I misperceived as flesh and as bound to laws that have no power over him at all.
Both of us
Shall perceive perfect love's magnificence.
shall then perceive perfect love's magnificence. So the original was, both shall see God's glory in his Son, whom you mistook as flesh and bound to laws that have no power over him at all. So perfect love's magnificence in its extension, which I misperceived as flesh, and is bound to laws that have no power over it, maybe, or us, over him at all. So the him is God's son, or we could use it as both of us. Maybe. What do you think? Over it as extension, or over us?
Both and both.
Us.
Yeah.
Either would work. You
Yeah.
can refer to the extension or to the us at the beginning of the sentence. So maybe just do us, over us at all. Okay, so let's read it from the top. Give a little summary.
I perceive them as what they really are, so that the time to my awakening will not be long. All the other choice can offer me is a senseless wandering, without a purpose and without accomplishment of any kind. Until I have let go of my misperceptions about my companions based on the past, the futility of a function not fulfilled will haunt me whilst I and my
companion are asleep.
while I and my companion are asleep. My task is to free both myself and them, who have condemned ourselves from all condemnation. And both of us shall then perceive perfect love's magnificence in its extension, which I misperceived as flesh and as bound to laws that have no power over us at all.
So what's he saying?
He's saying that as we perceive our companions correctly, we bring ourselves and our companions back to unity with oneness. Especially when we, yes.
Let go of the past, my misperceptions based on the past. So that you have a function not fulfilled will haunt me while I and my companion are asleep. Is that correct? The futility of a function not fulfilled. I think that would be better as frustration. What do you think?
Oh, yes.
I think that's what he means, frustration.
Yeah.
Utility of a function not fulfilled. Doesn't really make sense. The frustration of a function not fulfilled will haunt me. So futility of, I suppose there's a futility of a function.
Yeah, I know. I kind of get a sense of what he means by futility. It's uselessness, isn't it? The uselessness of a function not fulfilled.
Yeah. So if I'm not actually fulfilling my function, then it's futility of a futility of not fulfilling my function. Yeah, I think that would be better, wouldn't it? We'll keep futility.
Yeah.
Futility of not fulfilling my true function. And then that's clearer. It will haunt me while I and my companion are asleep. And so I have a sense of, well, this is all pointless and futile and meaningless. And I think anyone who's invested in the ego has that. They just suppress it. They just push it away, and I'll push it down, and I'll get myself busy with something else.
Yeah. You want fulfilling there, John, and not fulfill.
Utility of not, fulfilling my true function will haunt me. I think that's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you can, I mean, you can spend, this is why it takes so long, you just spend hours on this. It's like, oh, okay, well, we can tweak that, we can change that.
Yeah.
That's a work in progress. Because we've done this once before. We did this, I must have done this with you a year ago.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm guessing, because we did a whole translation. It was already there. So
Okay.
I think it was primarily you doing it at that point. Still, Sally didn't really do much of the text. So here we are, and we're editing it again, finding another iteration of it. Better iteration. Okay, so number 10.
Do I not gladly want to realize these laws are not for me? Then do not perceive my companion as prisoner to them.
I will not.
To realize these laws.
I will not gladly want to realize these laws are not for me. Then I will not. Maybe I should.
No.
And I should not perceive my companion as prisoner to them.
I should not perceive my companion. What governs part of pure formless awareness must be true for all of it. I place myself under the laws I perceive as ruling him. Think then how great the love of pure formless awareness for me must be when it has given me a part of itself to free from pain and bring me happiness. And never doubt that my specialness will disappear before the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which loves each part of itself with equal love and care. Only my true self can see my...
Let me just catch up to you. Think how great the love of pure formless awareness for me. Most great pure formless awareness of perfect love. Love of pure formless awareness must be for me. Must be for me when it has given me a part of itself to free from pain and bring me happiness. And I never doubt that my specialness will disappear. For the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which loves each part of itself with equal love and care. Okay? Only my true self.
Yeah. What we got to, only my true self can see my companion truly. Yes. Do I really want to decide against the pure formless awareness it perceives?
Okay, so what's he saying here?
So it's saying, why on earth don't I perceive that I am much happier if I just concentrate on the perfection of my companions, and that will free me and them from pain. Yes. And the sense of specialness will disappear. Yes, this sense of specialness.
I think maybe I realize how great love of pure formless awareness must be for me when it has given me a part of itself to free from pain and bring me happiness. To free me from pain when it's given you a part of him to save from pain It's given you part of him to save from pain and give you happiness. Part of itself to free from pain. So I'm part of itself, and I'm freeing myself from pain, which is a part of itself, and bring me happiness. I never doubt my specialness will disappear before the pure formlessness of perfect love. It loves each part of itself with equal love and care. Okay, so I think you've summarized that.
Yeah.
Key point is specialness will disappear, be replaced by holiness or pure formless awareness of perfect love, and I will perceive that in my companions, Mary, truly. Okay, number 11, specialness.
I gave myself the function of specialness. It stands for me alone as self-created, self-maintained, in need of nothing and unjoined with anything beyond the body. In its perception, I am a separate universe, with all the power to hold itself complete within itself. With every entry shut against intrusion and every window barred against the pure formless awareness of true awareness.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Always attacked and always furious, with anger always fully justified. I have pursued this goal with vigilance I never thought to give up, an effort that I never thought to cease. And all this grim determination was only because I wanted specialness to be the truth. So well put, isn't it?
And it's perception. I'm just read it again. Just make sure we.
Yeah. I gave myself the function of specialness. It stands for me alone as self-created, self-maintained, in need of nothing and unjoined with anything beyond the body. In its perception, I am a separate universe with all the power to hold itself complete within itself. With every entry shut against intrusion and every window barred against the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Always attacked and always furious, with anger always fully justified. I have pursued this goal with vigilance I never thought to give up, an effort that I never thought to stop. And all this grim determination was only because I wanted specialness to be the truth.
Yeah, very well put. So what's he saying there?
It's saying that we chose to separate ourselves and believe in that separateness, and from that and it's from there that we get involved in anger and fear and projection and all the trouble that we get ourselves into is because we insisted on having this specialness.
Yeah, and we've dedicated our minds to the specialness. Come hell or high water, it's like whatever. Well, this is what the ego's decided. This is its reality, and we've miscreated this false universe from that, in which you see all these bizarre sights and sounds, and it doesn't make sense what goes on here.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary, really. It's like what he's saying is mind-blowing, but it is the truth.
Yeah.
you really start to, awaken, look at this world, you can't help but see, okay, yeah, what he's saying is true. And look at all the grim determination to hold on to specialness that I've had and other people have, and does it get us anywhere? It gets us absolutely nowhere. It gets us pain and suffering and misery and death. So what's the point? Continuing on this futile journey. All right, so 2 more to go. No, I merely asked.
Now I am merely asked to pursue another goal requiring little effort and time, far less vigilance, and with the power of perfect love maintaining it and promising success. Yet of the two, it is this one I find more difficult. I understand the sacrifice of self one choice entails, not deem this cost. No. I find a tiny willingness, nod to pure formless awareness of perfect love, treating to my true self, tedious and wearying burden, too heavy to be borne. Yet no sacrifice to the dedication to the truth as pure formless awareness of perfect love established it, and no strain is asked of me. All the power of the state of pure formless awareness and the might of truth itself is given to me to provide the means and guarantee for all to come.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
It's saying that we are being asked to pursue a different goal, which will bring us success. We might find it difficult or think that we're going to find it, because we make believe that we are being asked some sort of sacrifice. This is not true. And we imagine that if we did that, it would.
So saying no, there's really no sacrifice and no strain. No strain is demanded from us. All power state. All power of pure formless awareness. The might of truth itself. Given to me to provide the means and guarantee the goal's accomplishment. So it's all there for us. We just need to accept it. And it's not actually any sacrifice, and it's not strain in truth. It's the flow, miracle-mindedness flow. It means our lives are actually quite flowing and peaceful and happy. No stressing, straining, and striving, which is the ego's program.
Yeah.
And yet, he says, the beginning, I still find this more difficult. Than the choice of specialness. Pursue another goal requiring little effort and time with far less vigilance. Power of perfect love, maintaining and promising success. I'm not sure. He's saying ultimately, but when you start off, it seems like an uphill battle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Little effort and time. It's like, okay, actually, you've got to reverse your whole thought system. It's going to take quite a lot of effort and time. But but he's got to encourage us. He's basically selling this thought system to us, isn't he? Trying to sell. Well, this is why you should listen to me and why you should follow this path. Okay, so happy number 12, 13 is the last one.
I who believe it easier to see my companion's body than his pure formless awareness, I'm sure I understand what made this judgment.
I think it should be need.
Yeah.
Need to be sure.
I who believe it easier to see my companion's body than his pure formless awareness need to be sure I understand what made this judgment. Here is the voice of specialness heard clearly, judging against my true self and giving me the purpose that I can attain, and telling me what I cannot do. I do not forget that this judgment must apply to what I do with it as my ally. Specialness does not know what I do through my true self. This judgment makes no sense at all to it, for only what its source wills is possible, and there is no alternative for it to perceive. Out of its lack of conflict comes my peace, and the means for effortless accomplishment and rest comes from its purpose.
My companions' bodies, well, then there, pure formless awareness. Sure, I understand what made this judgment. Hear the voice of specialness heard clearly, judging against my true self, and giving me the purpose that I can attain, telling me what I cannot do. And there's a comma there. Do not forget, this judgment must apply to what I do with it as my ally. So I will not forget that this judgment must apply to what I do with it as my ally. Specialness does not know what I do through my true self. Judgment makes no sense at all to it. Only what its source will is possible. There's no alternative for it to perceive. Its lack of conflict comes my peace. And I'll switch that around. Peace comes with lack of conflict. The means for effortless accomplishment and rest come from its purpose. Okay, just read that from the top. Quick summary.
I who believe it easier to see my companions' bodies and their pure forms of awareness need to be sure I understand what made this judgment. Here is the voice of specialness heard clearly, judging against my true self, giving me the purpose that I can attain and telling me what I cannot do. I will not forget that this judgment must apply to what I do with it as my ally. Specialness does not know what I do through my true self. This judgment makes no sense at all to it, For only what its source wills is possible, and there is no alternative for it to perceive. My peace comes out of its lack of conflict, and the means for effortless accomplishment and rest comes from its purpose.
And so the Christ is the true self. Father is the source. So it does make a difference if you read it in the alternative, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
A bit more, I don't know, accessible. True
Definitely.
self source. Okay, so what's he saying in this final paragraph?
Well, it's saying, it's encouraging us to understand that when we see our companions as bodies, what we're doing is confirming our own specialness and their specialness, and introducing judgment and forgetting who our true selves are.
And this doesn't make any sense to our true self, which knows only peace. Because it's not conflicted, doesn't have a split mind. Peace comes, and means for effortless accomplishment and rest come from its purpose. So it's the Christ, remember, is the true self. The Holy Trinity sits here in between God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the dream world, and helps us to reinterpret it. And so it sees that brings me peace because it has a lack of conflict. It's only associated with knows only pure formless awareness of perfect love is real, and it just perceives everything from that one perspective. It brings us peace, lack of conflict, and a relatively effortless accomplishment and rest. So the state of flow, effortlessness is flow, which actually probably should be included in there. I think I have in the updated one. So again, pointing us into the miracle state of flow. And there's just a summary if you want to read that quickly.
Yeah.
Summary.
This section reflects on the healing and peaceful nature of perfect love. It suggests that recognizing this loving awareness in others can help us overcome our doubts, fears, and misperceptions about ourselves and the world. It emphasizes that without me, there would be a lack of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
A lack in. Yeah.
There would be a lack in pure form, making it incomplete. Everything alive is part of this awareness. True perception can perceive its innocence and loveliness in everything.
Yeah, some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm just curious about this. It emphasizes that without me, this reflection.
There would be a lack. So without me as part of it, it would be incomplete. And that was in the original. So let's just summarize that. So I'm going to go back to the original.
Yeah.
Without you, there would be a lack in pure.
Oh, yeah. I remember now. Yes, I do. Yeah. I've got it. Yeah.
Which paragraph is that?
It's sentence number 2 there. You've got it actually.
In paragraph 3.
Yeah. Pure formless awareness, perfect love, has done everything it ever extended lovingly to me as mine forever. No, it's in the first paragraph.
First paragraph.
Without you, yeah, that's it. Oh, just scroll down a bit, John. Without you, there would be a lack in God, a heaven incomplete. Is that where it's coming from?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Without me, there
Yeah,
would.
yeah.
Yeah.
The lack in pure formless awareness, perfect love. State of pure formless awareness would be incomplete, and there would be an extension without a source.
Yeah.
That's so. Because how can I exist without a source?
Yeah.
It's not really possible. So, summarizing that and saying,
Yeah, okay, let's just go again. This section reflects on the healing and peaceful nature of perfect love. It's just that recognizing this loving awareness in others can help us overcome our doubts, fears, and misperceptions. Can help me overcome my doubts, fears, and misperceptions about myself and the world. It emphasizes that without me, there would be a lack in pure formless awareness of perfect love, making it incomplete. Everything alive is part of its awareness, and true perception can perceive its innocence and loveliness in everything. So he's emphasizing here that when we choose to see perfect love in our companions, we are reinforcing perfect love in ourselves, emphasizing that. The section also touches on the theme of specialness, indicating that perceiving others and myself through the lens of specialness obscures the truth of our being and keeps us bound to the laws of violence and death. My companion's body does not show me my true self, but rather my true self lies within their pure formless awareness of perfect love. My companion's body does not show me my true self, but rather my true self lies within their pure formless awareness of perfect love. Therefore, I must choose to perceive everyone's true awareness rather than their body to understand the truth about myself.
makes sense? I'll read it again.
The section also touches on the themes of specialness, indicating that perceiving others and myself through the lens of specialness obscures the truth of our being and keeps us bound to the laws of violence and death. Good. My companion's body does not show me my true self, but rather my true self lies within their pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So,
The body does not show me my true self. Rather, my true self lies within their pure formless awareness of perfect love. Other people's bodies do not show me my true self. Ah, that's better. Yeah. Other people's bodies do not show me my true self, but rather my true self lies within their pure formless awareness of perfect love. Therefore, I must choose to perceive everyone's true awareness rather than their body to understand the truth about myself. Okay, that's good. So it's saying that we seek our true identity in others, in their pure formlessness.
I must choose to perceive that.
Errors and mistakes.
Even when they have no idea themselves, that's what they are.
Yeah. Errors and mistakes cannot withhold the blessing of pure formless awareness, and by letting go of misperceptions about my companion and myself, we can both be freed from condemnation. I should not perceive my companion as a prisoner to the laws of this world, as this perception enslaves me to the same falsehood. So he's encouraging us to hear, not to see errors, only to see errors and mistakes, not judgments and wrongdoing. It may seem to be difficult to let go of specialness and embrace the pure formless awareness of perfect love. It is essential for my true healing and my peace of mind. Yes, but it is essential. Oh, yes. Do we, on that first sentence, John, do we need a difficult? It's just difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It may seem to be difficult to let go of specialness and embrace the pure formless awareness of perfect love, but it is essential for my true healing and peace of mind. Therefore, I must let go of my belief in my specialness and its attendant misperceptions to recognize the pure formless awareness of perfect love in myself and others, and rest in the peace of my true being eternally. So he's saying that it may seem initially difficult to let go of specialness, but it is essential to get to the to truly heal and our mind and reach peace.
I must let go of my belief in specialness, its associated misperceptions, attendance, associated memories. Recognize the pure forms towards perfect love in myself and others, and rest in the peace of my true being eternally. So not exactly a new message, just restating it. I must let go of the specialness and all the misperceptions of specialness to be free. And the key message, we actually wrote this one wasn't done by AI. So
okay. The key message of this section is that we perceive in other people what is in our own minds. So other people are the mirror of our own beliefs. Therefore, as we let go of our misperceptions about others and their errors based on our past experiences, we free ourselves and others to identify with our true shared self and experience the pure formless perfect love that this inevitably brings. This letting go process will accelerate our awakening and the awakening of everyone with whom we interact. And the purpose of awakening from the dream will give us the means for its effortless accomplishment in our ultimate rest in the pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I like that. So what's the overall key message?
So the key message is that it pays to perceive the innocence and perfection of our companions and focus on that and our own innocence, and not get lost in judgments or illusions or anger or projections. And to let go of all that, really.
Oh, wow. Good specialness in there. We let go of our misperceptions. Well, misperceptions are others and their errors based on our specialness and past experiences. We ourselves and others to identify our true shared self. Just read it again from the top.
The message of this section is that we perceive in other people what is in our own mind. So other people are the mirror of our mind, of our beliefs. Therefore, as we let go of our misperceptions about others and their errors based on our specialness and past experiences, we free ourselves and others to identify with our true shared self and experience the pure formless awareness of perfect love that this inevitably brings. This letting go process will accelerate our own awakening and the awakening of everyone with whom we interact. And the purpose of awakening from the dream will give us the means for its effortless accomplishment and our ultimate rest in the pure formless awareness of perfect. Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so actually that's a great, very good summary. I think we did that last year. So. We'll keep that one. I didn't do an AR summary, but yeah. So any other thoughts, comments, or questions?
No, I think it's nice.
Otherwise we're done, I think. Well done, John. Thanks for staying until well past midnight.
Okay.
Yeah. So good session, and hopefully I'll see you on Sunday. So no session today actually, because we know it's Saturday. So but I'll do one tomorrow evening, Sunday evening.
Which section are we in here, John? What's the title of it?
This one is called Salvation from Fear.
Salvation from
Section 6 of chapter 24.
Oh yeah, okay.
So we got about six chapters to go, 7 chapters to go.
Very good.
Yeah, and most of these translations are done. We've just a few missing, but next year the plan will be to focus on the text. So we'll do the text first, and then if we have time, we'll do the workbook. But I want to just do the text, and the workbook sessions can be recorded. People want, that they can listen to recordings.
Yeah.
So because that seems to be, I mean, Elaine's also said I want to do the text, and then it gets too late. So
Okay.
but now the next 165 lessons are shorter. The workbook lessons are shorter because we're in reviews now, which are quite short, and then we go into part 2 of the workbook, which is quite relatively shorter.
Yeah.
There's a 5-paragraph little intermediary section which says read every day, so it's 5 paragraphs, and then it's 1 or 2 paragraphs. So it's relatively quicker, which means it's more time to do the text.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all good. Are you going to join us on Sunday?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Okay. Sunday evening we'll start probably at 6, but I'll put it out on the group.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Have a good weekend in the meantime.
Yeah, you, John. Did you enjoy the game with Gabriel, the South African All Blacks?
Yeah, because I mean we had a great result.
Saw that. Yeah.
The only letting go opportunity was that at the end of it, I said to Deborah, I'll catch an Uber back so she could have a night off, and then the Uber let us down. So he turned around, he didn't find us. It's 120 meters away. He said, sorry, I can't find you because of road closures or whatever. I'm like, just stay there, we'll come find you. 120 meters. I was messaging, but he turned around and pushed off. So I just said, well, you need to come get us.
Yeah.
So that wasn't great because Gabriel was tired and wanted to go to bed, and the fun was over, and then it was just like, well, we had to wait another 45 minutes or something. But that's how it goes. It was a good lesson. I was going to say to him, well, things don't always go your way,
Wow.
The best intentions I booked the Uber, it was coming, it was on its way, and then guy just turns around and says, sorry, I can't get to you. I'm like, what, you can't make another plan?
Yeah.
A London cabbie would never have done that, would they? Gone, no, well, I'll find you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the difference between Uber and anyway, so a bit of a letting go opportunity, but other than that, it was nice. He enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Great result.
Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't have asked for a better result, really. So probably not going to happen too often. So. And he got experience of the stadium, 80,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big game atmosphere. Just nice. We went and had some dinner before in the grounds. It was nice. So I think he enjoyed it. But he wants to go to football, really. So next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. All
Good.
delusion.
Yeah.
Some letting go opportunities. So thanks for asking, and I'll see you Sunday, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay, John.
Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Namaste.
Sleep well.
Bye for now. Okay, so that's a wrap for tonight. Thank you to John staying until the end and doing the text, and to Elaine and Kim who joined earlier. Great session. If you're not a member, join us in the next masterclass we're running. There's a link below. You can register for that and join us for one of these live sessions. You can also get some of the material that I included up front on Telegram, sent to you every day. So there's a link to subscribe to that. And if you like the channel, you like this, and you'd like to get more, just subscribe to the channel. So thanks for listening, and namaste to you, which means the awakened self in me honors that same true self in you. Peace.